Hi, I'm back. I'm sorry I'm late. I can't get my shit together, but here I am. Hello. Happy Tuesday. Um, let's get right into it. We have a short day today covering Lindsay. Clancy. I heard the trial is wild, but I don't want to cheat. Hi, Abuelita. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Crystal, Debbie, Cree, Vicky, Melanie, Austin. Good to see y'all. I've had a migraine most of the day. Oh no. Yeah, I ended up having to run around with my mom unexpectedly. So I was rushing here, but I really didn't want to miss it because I missed earlier's live. So we'll have a lot to catch up on the rest of the week. I told everyone, don't bother me. I'm busy with true crime. So we'll get caught up on the members only and the Kenzie stuff and everything else that I have. Oh, thank you, Abuelita. Um, okay, day 7. It's actually really short. I think it's only like 2 hours or something. Nanny testifies. So I think we'll be hearing from her. Let me pull it up. Please make sure you guys hit the like button, do all the YouTube things. I actually got a very important email today. Not gonna tell you what, but it's for our possible next guest. So I'm excited. Day 7. It's hot as hell here. Poor Lindsay. Oh. Whoa, dude. Yeah, day 7. I'm behind. It'll be fine. There's our guy. There is our guy. What place is hunted? Hunted. Yeah, we do love you, Red. Oh, your brother's house.
All rise. Doors enter.
I love how he stands by Lindsay, like right by her.
That would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror.
Post back.
Oh, who's this?
Thank you. You may have a seat. Watch your step, please.
What color is the bow?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
I just ask you to speak into that microphone.
Sure.
All right. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My first name is Eitan. Last name is Negri.
Can you spell your first name for the record?
Eitan.
And your last name?
Negri.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a physician associate, physician assistant.
And did you go to school for that?
Yes.
Can you tell us about your educational background?
I did my undergraduate at City College in New York, and I did a post-bac at Brooklyn College, followed by a PA program at Torrey University in Manhattan.
And do you currently work as a physician's assistant?
Yes.
And do you currently work in the state of Massachusetts?
No, ma'am.
Are you licensed in the state of Massachusetts?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you licensed in any other states?
New York State.
I'm going to go back to January of 2023. Were you working in Massachusetts then?
Yes.
And where were you working?
Brigham and Women's Hospital?
And were you in that same role as a physician's assistant?
Yes.
And what were you doing? What were your general duties in that role working at Brigham and Women's?
Generally, you assess a patient, you diagnose, you formulate a plan with an attending physician, and you execute
Yeah, he said New York.
that plan throughout the day. It encompasses various things.
Were you
Tina
working in
Rachel.
any particular department at Brigham and Women's back in January of 2023?
The trauma, burn, surgical ICU.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient that came into the Brigham and Women's Hospital on January 24th of 2023. That patient was Lindsay Clancy. Do you recall encountering this patient on January 25th of 2023?
Yes.
And what did you do as it pertained to the care and treatment of this patient?
I received the information from the shift before me, formulated a plan, examined her, assessed her, staffed that plan with the attending physician, and executed that plan throughout the day.
And fair to say this particular patient had injuries that you were directed to observe, review, form that plan on.
Correct.
What were the injuries?
She had multiple injuries. The most acute were injuries that were requiring consultation with other services, and the ones that I directly managed were the lacerations to her wrists and just her wrists, actually.
And as far as when you say she had other acute injuries, you were not involved in the care of her for those, correct?
I was involved in the care that involved consulting other services to manage those things, yes.
Okay. And as far as any sort of repair work that you were doing as a physician's assistant working with the trauma surgeons, what repair work were you assigned to do?
Laceration repair.
And on this particular patient, where were the injuries or lacerations that you were going to repair?
She had multiple lacerations on both of her wrists. She had superficial on her neck, which I did not repair.
Okay. And as it pertained to the wrists, did you go through that process of observing, reviewing, coming up with a plan, and then repairing those injuries?
Yes.
And were you directed to do that by any particular doctor?
Not necessarily directed. A lot of those things fall within my scope. And since they were less acute, they kind of fell down the chain to me.
Okay. And you're aware that she was being seen and treated by a host of other doctors, nurses, an entire team?
Yes.
As it pertains to the wrist injuries, what did you do to examine those areas?
The first thing I do is assess the location. Then I assess the severity, whether it requires intervention by someone other than myself. In this instance, it did not. So then I proceed with just kind of protocol laceration repair.
When would it be a situation where you'd need somebody else to intervene?
If it required surgical intervention or suturing repair beyond my skill set, in this instance, it did not.
Okay. And so referring to these particular injuries, when you observed them, did you observe any areas of active bleeding?
No.
And fair to say they had been treated by nurses and other staff prior to you encountering these injuries, correct?
Yes, they were dressed and covered before I got there.
Now, when you assessed them, you noted that they were bilateral, correct?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means on both sides of the body, so both wrists.
Okay. And so referring to the right wrist, what were your observations of the injuries to the right wrist?
The right wrist, as far as my reference to the note, is that she had a few lacerations, one of which was severe and deep enough to require repair.
And fair to say that that right wrist injury was the one that you repaired was 3 centimeters deep.
Approximately, if that's what my note says, then that's what it was.
Okay. And on a wrist, or this area of the wrist where you observed the injuries, that depth of 3 centimeters, did that require further surgical intervention, or were you able to suture that area?
I was able to suture that area. As far as what happened subsequent to that, I wasn't there, so I'm not sure.
Okay. And how many sutures did you use to repair that injury?
I believe 3.
And in relation to any other cuts or lacerations that were on that right wrist, did any other of those lacerations require suturing?
No.
How did you treat those other injuries?
Just irrigation, meaning cleaning them out, and then using a type of tape to close them shut.
And that's generally referred to as a steri strip, correct?
Correct.
May I approach the witness?
Me.
Showing you 2 photographs. Do those photographs depict the repairs or the sutures that you did on the right wrist of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
I would move to admit these as the next 2 exhibits.
All right, those may be admitted.
I bet it was on the one that was like all the way open. Yeah, I know. 3 stitches. There's a lot of
I'm
blood.
just going to show on the screen what's now been marked as Exhibit 201, and you should be able to see it, sir, on the screen in front of you. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so this is the right wrist.
Wow.
Correct.
And those black lines in the middle of the photograph are those the sutures that you did.
Correct.
And just showing you 202, Exhibit 202. These white strips that are all around the injury, are those the steri strips?
Correct.
Ooh.
Now, on the left wrist, do you recall what you observed to be the injuries on that wrist?
I believe there was a similar laceration, just shorter in length, that required fewer sutures.
And fair to say, if your notes reflect that the left wrist had one, meaning just a singular 2 centimeter deep linear cut, that would have been what your observations were of the injury that you repaired?
Correct.
And how many sutures did that injury require?
1 suture.
And were there other areas that you observed that had some sort of laceration?
I believe similarly, just superficial ones that needed steri strips.
And again, in treating this particular injury, when you came upon it, was there active bleeding or any concern that you needed more intervention other than a suture?
At that time, no.
I'm going to show you 2 more photos. Are those familiar to you?
Yes.
And are those the suture that you did on the left wrist of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, ma'am.
I move to admit these as the next 2 exhibits.
All right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted. Thank you.
And now again, just showing what's been now marked as Exhibit 203. And you see the injury there on the wrist near the ruler in the photograph.
Yes.
And Exhibit 204, which is just a closer upshot of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again,
Wow.
you see the white strips. Those are also steri strips that were applied.
Correct.
Now, in relation to any of these wounds on the right or the left wrist, did you observe the lacerations to go any deeper than the subcutaneous tissue?
On my observation, no.
And when we talk subcutaneous tissue, we're talking about that fatty tissue underneath your skin, correct?
Correct.
And did you have to return at any point, to your knowledge, to readdress these issues or do any further laceration repair as it pertained to this patient?
On that shift, no.
Do you recall if you did it on any other shift?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
Is it
Oh,
Mr. Negri?
Agree, yes, sir.
And you're not a doctor, you're a physician assistant, is that
Oh.
what it is?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And how long had you worked for Brigham and Women's prior to seeing Lindsay Clancy that on January 24, 23?
I believe I was in my 2nd year of employment with Brigham and Women's.
Okay, and you got to keep your voice up because people back here have to be able to hear you too,
I
okay?
believe I was in my 2nd year of employment at Brigham and Women's.
you're not suggesting for 1 minute that after you did your butterfly stitches, Lindsay could have got up and walked out the door of the hospital, right?
No, sir.
And would you agree with me that, in fact, she was critically ill when you saw her, right?
Yes, sir.
And she certainly wasn't critically ill from COVID or a flu or something like that, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
You know that there are notes that are prepared for the records from the hospital. For example, on January 24, 2023, hospital admission form is filled out. Do you know a Dr. Jeffrey Andrew Anderson?
Yes.
And he was, what was his position that night?
He was one of the trauma surgeons and also one of the intensivists, the attending physicians in the ICU.
All right. And you've had a chance to review a number of records and photographs with the DAs, I imagine, right?
I've reviewed my own procedure note.
Okay, so what does that mean?
It means I reviewed the note that I wrote myself regarding the laceration repairs.
Okay, is that the note that indicates that it appears as though that, for example, on the right upper extremity, there's a 3.5 centimeter deep laceration on the volar aspect of the wrist?
I don't believe that I commented saying volar specifically, so I don't know if that's in regards to my note, but I believe my note did say about 3 centimeters deep, yes.
Okay, so do you recall indicating in your note that it was superficial laceration, or did you indicate that it was a deep laceration?
I indicated that some of them were superficial, and the one that I repaired in particular was 3 centimeters deep.
So
And
it wasn't superficial.
You've had occasion to speak to the prosecutors on this case, and they've asked you about the superficial injury to her wrist, right?
Correct.
In addition to the, as indicated on page 75 of the Brigham and Women's Hospital record that I have, and we can fix that with other records if it doesn't coincide, there's a note from Dr. Anderson that the right upper extremity, 3.5 centimeter deep laceration, volar aspect of the wrist. Left upper extremity, 2 centimeter deep laceration on the volar aspect of the wrist. Do you agree with that assessment?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you were able to, as you say, clean it up with saline or whatever, and then you stitched up what you had to stitch up, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have anything to do with the massive transfusion that she had?
No, sir.
Do you have anything to do with the treatment of the transected spine that she had, the shattered spine?
No, sir.
Do you have anything whatsoever to do with the insertion of tubes on both sides of her body and the draining of the blood that had pooled in her middle cavity?
Just the management of those tubes after, but not the placement.
Okay. So you were there while that was done?
I was there managing once they had been placed, but I was not there for the placement of them.
Okay,
no.
but you knew that they were in there and that they were draining the blood? Okay.
Yes.
And do you know where the blood came from that was in her middle extremity?
I don't know specifically. I'd have to refer back to the imaging reports.
In any event, you know that shortly thereafter she coded, right?
Yes.
Were you there for that?
No, sir.
And basically, that means that the patient has, in effect, died from cardiac arrest, right?
Not necessarily died, but their heart has stopped beating for that.
And then
portion.
there's the crash teams and everybody hopefully revives the person, right?
Correct.
And you guys did that, or they did, and they were successful reviving her, correct? So without going through everything, you'd agree with me, sir, that your observations would be of the wrist, the repair, and the taking care of the tubes after they were inserted into both sides of her chest.
That's correct.
And that was your involvement extended, correct? You're all done after
I was
that.
involved in the ongoing management of her care throughout the day, but just as you stated, not the things that you asked me about.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sure.
I'd offer these.
They're part of the record. And they're written. I would object if we could approach.
I don't
Oh,
want to
wow.
have a jury having to go through 10.
Well, I know that. Listen, you want to mark them for identification, and then we can address that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Wow.
Just with a few questions.
sure.
Thank you. Mr. Negri, I'm just going to approach and show you.
Hold on a second. Is that my,
What's with this thing on her head? No, really. Like, what's going on? That's a big ass bow.
okay, thank you. All right, thank you.
Just to show you a page from the records that's labeled
What the hell?
Brigham and Women's, page 76. You can hold pulled it in.
Specifically, the title there.
Yeah, I would direct your attention to the bottom paragraph where it says exam. That's not your note from the record, correct?
Correct.
And when it's noted that the right upper extremity, left upper extremity has 3.5 centimeter deep laceration, 2 centimeter deep laceration, deep in the medical notes is not a adjective of it, correct? It's more of a directionality of the injury.
It's a description of, basically an objective unit of measure.
But when we say deep, it means that it goes down into the skin as opposed to
It
across the
doesn't matter
skin.
what we say, it's what the record says.
All right, I understand. Go ahead. Just, if you could ask that question again.
Wow.
As far as your assessment of injuries, deep goes down in the skin as opposed to across the skin.
Correct.
And as far as Dr. Anderson goes, you knew that him to be one of the attendings and a trauma surgeon in this case. Were you aware that on January 24th, he had examined these injuries and indicated they did not require repair at that time?
I don't recall specifically. I'm sorry.
But you came in to repair these on January 25th?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything on that?
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. You're all set. Attorney Buckingham, please.
The Commonwealth would call Nicholas Roberts as its next witness, please.
The question is, does she always wear the bow? Who the hell is this?
Good morning, sir. Can you stop right there and raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You may have a seat.
Why don't you step, please?
All right, good morning, sir. All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name
It's Nicholas Roberts.
and where do you currently work?
I work for a company called Thermo Fisher.
What is that? What do they do?
They sell plenty of laboratory-based products, including refrigeration. They sell solvents. They do instruments as well.
Prior to working for that company, did you work for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I did.
In what unit did you work for the crime lab?
I was in the toxicology unit
How long did you work for the crime lab?
for about 9 years.
And in working for the crime lab, what kind of training and experience did you have to work in the toxicology unit?
Prior to being hired, I have both a bachelor's and a master's degree in applied forensic science with a concentration in chemistry and toxicology. I also have the master's is in forensic toxicology. While being hired on the job, they provide training for all the in-house stuff that we test for, which includes not only a theory-based training, but also practical stuff so that you can analyze and run all the tests that we do in-house.
And as far as your work in the toxicology unit, fair to say in January of 2023 or February of 2023, you were what's referred to as a forensic scientist too, correct?
Yes.
And throughout your time at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, did you have to undergo competency tests and proficiency tests?
Yes.
And why is that? Why do you have to do that?
So mainly it's to
I know
Hold
this
on.
gentleman,
You
he's
get to go
qualified.
hold on. One at a time. Good. Is there
I'm
an
just saying,
objection?
I know he's qualified, and I have no problem with his credentials and his
All
testimony.
right. All right. Counsel?
Thank you. Sir, in working at the State Police Crime Lab, Did you just work in the toxicology unit, or did you work in any other units in your time there?
No, only in toxicology.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to the toxicology unit, fair to say the State Police Crime Lab has a specific set of protocols and procedures that are followed in every case.
Yes.
And at that time in February of 2023, was the State Police Crime Lab using the batch review process?
Yes.
And so when the state police use this process, there are a number of different technicians or forensic scientists that work on any given case. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And at the end of it, one analyst is responsible for reviewing all the data and authoring a report.
Yes.
And based on your training and experience, if you're that person reviewing the data and authoring the report, do you have the ability to interpret some of the data in the report?
Yes.
Or data in the testing, I should say.
Yes, we review all the data that is provided within the case file.
And did you, during your time at the crime lab in the toxicology unit, stay up to date on various types of drugs and quantifications of those drugs and what that could mean for levels in a person's blood or urine?
Yes, they keep us up to date on drugs that are commonly used.
So one of the roles in the toxicology unit is for you to report whether substances are detected in blood and urine. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And at some points, are you also called upon to interpret the levels of those drugs?
So in blood, we report values, so we get concentrations.
Don't we already know what was in her system? I thought we went over that yesterday. Oxazepam, whatever, temazepam, lorazepam, Seroquel. We know she did not have Coca-Cola in her system. Yeah. I thought we already heard from one of these.
The different drugs that we mainly report them in blood.
Okay. And as far as the concentration levels themselves, did you have training and experience on interpreting those levels?
We usually get training on the effects of the drugs. It's hard to say with some drugs, as well as some people, what one level might mean for one person. It might differ, and you have different effects on another.
Okay, and fair to say that's a limitation of just reviewing blood and not knowing anything else about a case, right?
Yes.
At the toxicology unit, at the crime lab, is there a limitation as to how or what types of drugs can actually be quantified or given concentration levels?
Yes, we only quantify certain drugs.
And what happens if there are other drugs present and there's a request for quantification or concentration levels? What does your lab do with that?
Usually they're sent out to another lab in order for testing.
And are you familiar with the NMS lab?
Yes.
Is that, or was that at that time, a common lab that would be sent drugs that you could not quantify in your lab?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to the lab number of 23-01, excuse me, 01723. It's a case that you were the reporting analyst on, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that there were several items that were submitted to the toxicology unit as specimens.
Yes.
Including blood, plasma, and urine.
Yes.
And did you work with other members of the toxicology unit to have those specimens screened and then further tested?
Yes, the batch process was followed.
And as far as any screening tests, did you yourself do any screening tests on these items?
Yes.
What screening tests did you do?
The screening for the alcohol.
And was there any alcohol present?
No.
And in this screening for alcohol, does it just tell you whether it was detected or not detected?
Yes.
She wasn't
and so when
drunk.
you don't have a result, there's nothing further to do.
Correct.
Now, as far as the blood that was tested in this case, in the urine, you were aware that there were screening tests done for what's called the ELISA screen, benzodiazepines, and general unknown screens for these samples, correct?
Yes, that's usually our protocol.
And in any of those circumstances, were there positive results?
Yes.
And as it pertained to the positive results, what's your understanding of what was positive?
So to my knowledge, it was positive for the benzodiazepine panel in ELISA. That would have gotten further confirmatory testing done on it to see the levels as well as the individual types of benzos that were present in the blood. And the same was for the urine as well. We also identified a few substances via our general unknown screen, which was confirmed in blood and urine.
Now, as far as
Is there an agreement as to whose blood is being tested at this point instead of just by the number?
Yes.
I mean, it might be easier for everybody, for the jury to follow.
so would Your Honor just like you to read the results?
No, just instead of referring to it by a number. Well, let me see it sidebar.
Oh my gosh. We literally heard this yesterday. We get it. There was no methamphetamine, no alcohol, benzodiazepines. That's it. That's all we need to know. We know she wasn't drunk. Trying to flash the neighborhood from the window. We know that wasn't the case. Ma'am. She was trying to unalive herself. Yeah. We should be there in the courtroom. Protesting. With that big ass bow in her hair. I'm over it. Hi, Jamie. At this point, it's going to get bigger than her head.
Sir, I tell you that your report was previously entered as Exhibit 183. Have you had the opportunity to review your report before coming today?
Yes.
And so the lab number that we've been referring to, you're aware that the person associated with that lab number was actually a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as the testing that was done, you received results to the positive benzodiazepines in the screen, and then it was confirmed, correct?
Correct.
How many benzodiazepines were present?
There were at least 4 or 5.
Okay. And were you able to get concentration levels from the blood samples after that screen and the confirmatory tests?
Yes.
And again, already in evidence, but the toxicology report for item 10-101 on the blood with those benzodiazepines, there's diazepam, correct?
Yes.
Norodiazepam,
Yes.
oxazepam,
Yep.
temazepam,
Yes.
and lorazepam.
Yes.
And as far as your review of the testing on those substances and the concentration levels, did anything about any of those levels stand out to you as far as based on your training and experience?
Only that they were reportable.
Okay. Are you familiar whether they're in any sort of therapeutic level for any of those drugs?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Okay.
You mentioned there were also other substances that were detected in the general unknown screen, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been mirtazapine, lamotrigine, quetiapine metabolite, and trazodone.
Yes.
And
What do you know
was your
this?
lab able to get concentration levels for those?
No.
No.
And so what did you do, or what was done with the samples or the specimens as it pertained to those substances?
To my knowledge, they were sent to NMS labs.
Great.
And you've previously stated that you are trained on effects of certain types of drugs, but your limitation is you don't know how it affects a particular individual, correct?
Correct.
These particular 5 benzodiazepines, do you know where they fall in the type of drug, what the general effects of those drugs are?
So benzos tend to be central nervous system depressants.
Okay. And the ones that were detected, but you don't have the levels for mirtazapine, and the list I read, what category are those drugs?
Those tend to also be central nervous system depressants. Quetiapine in particular is usually known to treat bipolar disorder, schizophrenia.
And as it pertains to the presence of the five benzodiazepines, your testing is limited in that you don't know whether that was from one medication or multiple medications, correct?
Correct, because the nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam tend to be metabolites of diazepam.
No further questions.
That's great. Thank you for that.
Morning.
How you doing?
Not too bad yourself.
All right. Just a couple of brief questions.
I love
First
Reddington.
of all, this would be a blood sample that was taken from Lindsay on a particular, like one day. This is not a panel of a bunch of different samples, right?
To my knowledge, there would have been a few different test tubes submitted to us.
Okay, test tubes, but when you draw in other words, when you draw the blood, it would basically be the same time that they put it in different test tubes.
Yes, I'm not familiar with these specific ones, like if they were done over a span of time. But usually,
that's fair enough. I mean,
Yeah.
but you have the test tubes, and you know that it's Lindsay Clancy's blood, right?
yes.
And you'd agree with me that that's a fairly large number of drugs and metabolites that are in that particular blood sample, right?
I have seen more.
I'm sure, but nevertheless, that's still a large number of drugs, though, right?
Yeah, there's quite a few.
And you don't know, as a working your job for the state police at that time, you don't know how many of these drugs are coming from scripts, prescriptions, and things of that nature, right?
No.
One of the things that you had mentioned were metabolites, and you said that because the district attorney asked you about different benzodiazepines, this PAM, that PAM, this PAM, that PAM, and then you responded and said, yeah, but there's a lot of metabolites involved in that, right? What does that mean?
So a metabolite is just a breakdown of anything usually by the body. So you have what we call a parent drug, and the body, if you ingest that, the body would then break it down or put it into a more digestible form in order to get rid of it.
Okay. So when you have a number of metabolites, for example, someone may have a prescription for amitriptyline or a prescription for Zoloft or Ativan or something. And they take the pill and it's in their system, and then over time it would metabolize, and there'd be different PAMs or whatever it is that would break down into the blood. Is that right?
Yes.
How about tetrahydrocannabinols, THC, marijuana? What was the level on that?
To my knowledge, we didn't find any.
No marijuana, right?
Correct.
Thank you very much, sir.
Attorney Buckingham, any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You sit down there.
Sorry.
Dude, Reddington can't stand her.
All right. Come on.
Your Honor, at this time, upon agreement, I'd ask to admit as the next exhibit, just a chart that the parties have agreed upon that lists the brand names of some of the drugs that have been spoken about throughout the course of the trial, as well as what they were also known as for the ease of the jurors.
All right.
Yes, that's by agreement, Judge.
All right. All right. So by agreement, that may be admitted.
And the Commonwealth would call Dr. Jonathan Brower as its next witness.
Good morning, sir. Morning. Can you stop right here and raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury that there are no pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
All right. Ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that,
Another doctor.
Counsel.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Can you please tell the jurors your first and last?
Yes, Crystal. This is witness 12,836. Yes, we will hear how she had benzos in her system, if you were wondering.
Name?
It's Justin Brower, Brower.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a forensic toxicologist for NMS Laboratories.
And where's that laboratory located?
Because wasn't there something about a gummy? Well, glad the gummy wasn't in anybody's system. What about Patrick's?
Laboratory is located in Horsham, Pennsylvania, just north of Philadelphia.
And what does your laboratory do?
We are a reference laboratory. We do postmortem work, clinical work, and forensic drug work. So primarily my role is on the forensic side. I'm a forensic toxicologist.
And does your lab receive specimens from all across the country?
We do. We have clients in all 50 states. We do approximately half of the postmortem work in the United States, as well as a large number of clinical clients.
And is your lab accredited across several states and across the country?
We are, because we deal with all the states in the United States, all the states in the country. We are accredited by just about every accrediting body that I'm aware of in the clinical and forensic aspects, as well as a lot of state certifications. So a lot of states have their own requirements. The most notable one is like New York State. So we're accredited by, again, every accrediting body that I'm aware of.
Okay. And how long have you worked for NMS Laboratory?
4 years as of August 1st.
Okay. And what's your educational background as a forensic toxicologist?
I have a PhD in organic chemistry.
Where did you get that from?
The University of Nevada.
And do you have any other professional experience in this field prior to working for NMS?
I do. Before joining NMS Laboratories, I was a laboratory supervisor and then forensic toxicologist for the North Carolina Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, which is a statewide system. So we did the postmortem toxicology work for all 100 counties of the state of North Carolina.
And when it comes to your role in the forensic area of doing the toxicology testing, what is your role in the NMS lab when it comes to cases that come to the laboratory for forensic analysis?
So when a case comes into NMS and is logged in and the assigned or the requested test assigned and then run and reviewed multiple times in the laboratory, when all that testing is completed, it comes to the toxicology department, and my role is to review every aspect of that case. So I'm making sure that everything on the toxicology report is complete and accurate, such as all the demographic information that we have available to us, the name of the decedent or the patient, date of birth, where it's from, the specimens that we received, and then also that all of everything that is reported is complete and accurate. Making sure that all the drugs that were tested for are reported, that the reported concentrations are correct and accurate, and looking at every piece of raw data accumulated from the laboratory with that case, associated with that case.
Fair to say the NMS laboratory uses a batch review workflow.
That is correct. So we not only run the cases in batches. So we don't run one case at a time. That's not very efficient. I don't really know of any laboratory that does that anymore. So we will run cases, 10, 15, 30 or 40 at a time.
So as far as running a particular tests and getting the raw data, that's usually done by other people in the laboratory, correct?
That is correct.
And then you come in at the end and review everything and have the ability to interpret the data.
That is correct.
Your training and experience as a forensic toxicologist, does that allow you to interpret concentration levels of particular types of drugs?
It does.
Now, as far as the testing done at NMS Laboratories, the traditional testing is kind of the drug testing, the panels for different common drugs, correct?
And typically, we have clients request panels to be run where we're looking for, multiple drugs and classes of drugs at a time.
But are there circumstances when outside laboratories or outside individuals retain your lab in order to run specific tests.
Oh, absolutely.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to this particular case. Was your laboratory provided a blood sample from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in April of 2023?
I believe so. I'd really like to see the toxicology report so I can just confirm all of that, please.
Sure.
I have no objection to that. Sure.
Thank you so much.
You can hang on to that.
That's fine.
Okay. Correct. We received the specimens on April 7th, 2023.
And
Wow.
it came from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
No, I don't know where they were initially sent from, but the client or the submitting agency is the District Attorney's Office of Plymouth.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to the requested testing that was done, was it that panel that you described, or was it more specific testing?
This is what we call direct testing, where they requested just 4 specific drugs to be tested for.
And what were the 4 specific tests requested?
Lamotrigine, mirtazapine, quetiapine, and trazodone.
Are you familiar with those substances or those drugs?
Yes, ma'am.
And you reviewed all of the data and information done at your lab in regards to these tests, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they able to identify concentration levels in the sample that was submitted for each one of those 4 substances?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the first, can you tell us what the result was?
Would you like me just to run down the list?
Sure.
We detected lamotrigine in a concentration of 6.1 micrograms per milliliter, mirtazapine at a concentration of 200 nanograms per milliliter, quetiapine at a concentration of 1,800 nanograms per milliliter, and trazodone at a concentration of 0.44 micrograms per milliliter.
Have
And
you
these were
heard
all
this?
in blood.
In blood. And so with each drug that you just listed, are you familiar with what the common name is for the drugs?
I'm not always that great with common names, but I can wing it.
Okay. Well, the lamotrigine, and forgive me if I botched
That's okay.
the pronunciation, that's also referred to commonly as Lamictal.
It is correct, Lamictal.
What kind of drug is that?
It's typically used
Bipolar.
as an anti-seizure medication. So if somebody has a seizure
Bipolar
disorder,
too.
it can be prescribed to alleviate seizures, but it is also used for bipolar disorder as well.
Yep.
And mirtazapine, fair to say that's commonly referred to as Remeron.
Correct.
And what kind of drug is that?
That isn't typically an antidepressant.
And quetiapine, what's that common drug?
Quetiapine is known as Seroquel.
And fair to say that's an antipsychotic as well for
Yes.
bipolar?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with whether that often can be prescribed in low
Well, not just bipolar, bow lady, schizo too, and manic and depressive episodes.
doses for sleep?
It is. It can be for insomnia.
That matters.
And trazodone, what's the common name for trazodone, if you know?
I
That's
am
a
drawing a
generic.
blank on the trazodone.
That's a generic
If I
already,
suggest
lady.
trazamine, is that
What's the brand name?
familiar?
Not the one I'm most familiar with, and I apologize. I
That's
only
okay, but you're familiar with trazodone.
correct.
And
Yeah.
what class of drug is that?
That's not even right. Desiril is actually trazodone in brand name. I need to look that up. What did she say it was? It does bother me because I used to work for Big Pharma. Or maybe it says Desiril Eleptro.
That's an antidepressant.
I think that's wrong.
Now, in your review of the levels that were detected in these 4
that's
tests
not
for
the
each of
brand
these substances, do any of these levels appear to be outside therapeutic concentration levels?
The only one that's a little elevated would be the quetiapine.
Okay.
So we're gonna take a very short break. at this time, all right? So this will be a short break and we'll come right back. All right.
All right.
Wait, what's going on? That was like a break in a really random like place. Is everything okay with Lindsay? Oh, what's going on? We're already like halfway through day 7. It's a short day. It's a short day, but I'm not going to go into day 8. I like to finish them whole, and I need to get ready for, I need prepping for members only and Kenzie stuff. So I'm going to do that tonight, work on that tonight. Do you know if it's normal for generic brands to not work as well on the same people? Honestly, they have the same active ingredient. Sometimes other ingredients, like the fillers usually is what, like I've had people say, you know, I don't want to use this brand, like Malincrop, because of a filler that they use or some other like ingredient, but generally the main ingredient is the same. I have to sneeze. I'm going to have to watch the rest of the days that you already did because I'm totally vested in the case. I made sure to turn on your bell. Yeah, Teresa, we're just behind. But I want to get caught up hopefully this week. I think they're on day 12. I was wondering on some things I had to get the brand. Yeah, you just need to like look into it. Every brand's a little bit different too with what they use. But yeah, we're already halfway through day 7. And usually brand is usually always more expensive, and the patented versions of it are usually involve like research cost, and whereas to like generic drugs are like lower cost, like copies sold after like the patents expire. If that makes sense. My doctor always told me to get the name brand thyroid. Yeah, that one's a common one to get name brand. Same with like Adderall. I would see that a lot too. Like people could only use the brand name. But like the active ingredient is basically the same. I think it's just the cost of them. Yeah, we'll get caught up for sure. Deserel, Alepto, and Raldase are other names for trazodone from anti-Google. Yeah, so where did she get trazamine? Or what did she say? Something like that. Everyone is different. Yeah, everyone is different. No, Bo. Oh, wait, is that the other lady? Yeah, that is. I always get them confused. I always think that. I'm like, did she take it out?
Oh, all right. Jurors entering.
Oh, yeah, here's Bo lady. Miss Buckingham.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including Ms. Clancy and including the 18 jurors.
All right. All right. Counsel?
Thank you. Dr. Brower, before we broke, we mentioned the term therapeutic concentration. You familiar with that term?
Correct.
What does that mean?
It's the typical concentration that one would achieve when they're taking the medication or drug as indicated by their prescriber.
And are you familiar with toxic concentrations or suicidal concentrations?
I am.
And what does that mean?
Those are concentrations that could lead to adverse events and potentially death.
Now, in relation to the 4 substances that were tested at the NMS laboratory, you identified the levels for each of the 4 substances. Were any of those
Hi, Chelsea. Welcome. Chelsea says, this is the first time I've caught you live. Your energy is so cute. You remind me of my mom. She's no longer with us, but I promise it's a compliment. Oh, that's cute. Thank you. Sorry to hear about your mom, but thank you for being here.
concentration levels considered within therapeutic concentration?
It would all be in what I would say a therapeutic concentration, except maybe the quetiapine, which is slightly elevated.
Okay. And in your experience as a forensic toxicologist, have you had the occasion to review cases, post-mortem cases in which suicide was a mechanism of death where the person consumed medication?
Absolutely, yes.
And so that level of the quetiapine at the 800 nanograms per milliliter,
Quetiapine.
would that have been in that toxic or suicidal level?
No, ma'am.
Would you generally expect to see that significantly greater in a suicide case?
Typically, quetiapines in suicide cases might be in the, close to 10,000 nanograms per milliliter. Usually people take handfuls of pills when they're trying to harm themselves and take their own life, and this is not consistent with that.
Now, are you also familiar in your training and experience with the class of drugs called benzodiazepines?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have the occasion to interpret data as it pertains to concentration levels for those?
Every single day.
And as far as the substances diazepam, noradiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, lorazepam, you're familiar with those?
I am.
And it's fair to say noradiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, those are all metabolites of diazepam?
Typically, yes, ma'am.
And what's the common name for diazepam?
Valium.
If I show you what's been marked as Exhibit 183 already. Can you see that on the screen beside you?
I can, yes.
Okay.
To me, that proves she was more in a psychosis than asked to. She was pill shopping and doctor shopping because there wasn't like an over amount of or a deadly amount of Seroquel. Therefore, it proves to me more that although it's high levels, she was going through an episode rather than her just trying to unalive herself and jump out the window. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? No, these mixed meds in short amount of times can cause suicide. Listen, I had lorazepam one time and I was like drinking a lot. I know, don't do this. Don't be like me in the past. But I was in a really toxic relationship, so I really didn't help. But anyways, I was going through like some mental health stuff and they gave me lorazepam short term. And me and my ex-boyfriend, like we got super drunk. And I don't know that I'd have to look on my records. I don't remember now because it's been a long time. I don't know that it would be a psychosis, but I went into a blackout period where I don't remember anything. And I woke up in the hospital. So, yes, it's very possible, even with just alcohol and that. Thank you, Chelsea, for being here. She was definitely going through a mental break because she was doing so much to herself. Yeah. So I can't imagine. Well, she didn't drink alcohol either. There's that difference, but I'm sorry, Madeline. It's okay. It was, at least you woke up in the hospital, not in jail. Well, that was the other option. Yeah, it was not a good time in my life. But I know this sounds bad. I don't regret it. It really brought me to like who I am today in a good place in my life to seek help. All sorts of help. And that's been consistent for the last 10 years. So scary. Yeah, it was very scary.
Right there.
It made me like suicidal
Can you see the levels?
that night.
They're all blurry.
Yep, hold on. There we go.
My eyesight's not great too, so
Very scary.
Okay, so
That's perfect.
That's the best I can do with the autofocus.
don't touch it.
Anything about the levels that you observed here regarding those substances, those benzodiazepines, that tell you that they're outside therapeutic concentration levels?
Yeah, I was dealing with a lot of trauma that I didn't know how to cope with. And then I was on top of that, I was just like a big party girl back in the day. So that didn't help either, bad habits. Many of us have passed. I had a mix. That's very true, Teresa. And so I don't try to judge people right off the bat off their past or their history or whatever. I had a mix of some of those meds she was taking, and I literally had hallucinations, both auditory and visual, lost time, blackouts, paranoia, fear. They had to put me to sleep for 2 days. Wow. Hallucinations? Pretty serious. 2 days? Wow, Alexa. Glad you're okay.
The diazepam
Or where the
and the nordazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam metabolites. The diazepam looks to be sub-therapeutic, meaning lower than what is typically expected from a therapeutic dose. Most therapeutic doses of diazepam, which is an anxiolytic drug or an anti-anxiety drug, are typically 200, 250 thereabouts nanogram per milliliter. The lorazepam, depending upon the dose, could be a therapeutic concentration, if not maybe a little bit lower than expected.
Okay. Thank you. Now, when you're reviewing these cases as the reporting forensic toxicologist, are there limitations on what you can say about the effects of these types of medications?
We can speak as to the general effects that drugs can have on the general population, but we try to restrict ourselves from saying with absolute certainty that a drug will have this effect on this specific person, because we just aren't there to witness their behavior.
Okay, so that was kind of the follow-up. So
I'm sorry.
What are the things that are the unknowns for you when you're just looking at data?
When we say that we can't do toxicology in a vacuum. You can't know everything about the case just by looking at numbers on the toxicology report and drugs on a toxicology report. You need other information to have an informed opinion. In the postmortem world, that would be the investigation itself, the history of the case, the scene findings, interviews with families and friends of the decedent, as well as autopsy findings as well. In a case like this where it's not a decedent and the person is alive, you still need to know some facts of the case, some sort of history of the case, like what happened. So just numbers on a page, you can just make very generalized types of opinions, such as that looks to be therapeutic, it looks to be high, it looks to be low, and then again, just the general effects on the drugs on people.
And in this particular instance, you were not provided any further information about the case or the investigation in order to make any more opinions about effects.
I knew nothing about this case until we spoke, I think it was probably a few weeks ago.
And as far as the information available to you, you only had the data from the specimen that was tested, correct?
That is correct. Just these 4 drugs that were requested to be tested for.
And as far as the drugs, the 4 drugs that were tested by your lab, what are the general characteristics of some of those drugs?
So these are generally antidepressants and antipsychotic medications. So if somebody had, the lamotrigine, if somebody has, say, bipolar disorder, like wild mood swings, depressive episodes or psychotic episodes, these drugs could be prescribed. They also have depressant effects, so they could make people become lethargic or sleepy.
Okay. And would any of the combination of these drugs cause a person to stop breathing?
It's possible, especially the mirtazapine, quetiapine, the trazodone, and then the 2 other benzodiazepines. Those are all central nervous system depressants, so they could, in large combinations or large concentrations and in combination with each other, cause central nervous system depression. which could reduce people's respiration rates.
But in the levels that you observed in the testing that your lab did, as well as what I just showed you from Exhibit 183, is there anything about those concentration levels that would give you a sense that the person could have stopped breathing as a result of these?
Not necessarily, but if I had the information that, a patient presented to an emergency department and they had labored breathing and weren't breathing adequately, and I had this information, then you could probably tie all that together. But without that extra information, then generally no.
Based on the levels alone, you can't give any sort of opinion.
I would like to not.
Okay. And finally, are you familiar with the drug Narcan?
I am.
And what kind of effect does the drug Narcan have on a person who has consumed these drugs, if any?
Just these drugs that we've talked about here today?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Absolutely nothing.
Thank you.
Can you explain to us why it is that Narcan wouldn't have an effect?
Narcan is an
Or
opioid
opioid.
overdose reversal agent. It is an opioid antagonist. So it binds to the opioid receptors. So it doesn't allow other opioids like, say, fentanyl or oxycodone to bind to those receptors to have to exert its effects. So it only works on opioids. None of these drugs work on the opioid receptors, so Narcan would have no effect whatsoever on these drugs.
Okay, thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
Good morning.
Dr. Brower, so one of the things that you had mentioned is that you, and I think I would quote you, I would like not to give an opinion without
I knew it.
basically the underlying facts. In other words, what you're saying is that the numbers alone do not tell the tale of what happened to a particular individual, right?
Correct. They don't tell the entire story.
Right. And you're, for NMS Laboratory, you were retained or working for the DA's office, these people here, right?
That was the submitting agency. Correct.
And they certainly were not constrained from picking up the phone and calling you and telling you that this is blood from a woman that threw a...
My Stanley. I don't know if you can see it. It's like a tie-dye purple and white. Cute, right? Anyways, okay. Getting distracted. Sorry.
...herself out a window and tried to kill herself after cutting her wrists and her neck. They could have told you that, right?
Well, overruled.
It's possible that does happen in rare occasions in high-profile cases.
Right. And so that would have been something, for example, the facts that you wanted to know, that you would have liked to have known to kind of round out your opinion about the actual level of the drugs in the blood that you examined, right?
It's not necessary.
Well, it's not necessary, but you did indicate that you would like to not give an opinion without the facts.
Correct.
Okay.
Today.
From the witness stand.
Correct. I don't have all the information.
Of course. And the word therapeutic, is that consistent with, in other words, the treatment level of a particular narcotic in or drug in the blood?
Correct. It's the concentration of the drug in the body to elicit an effect or the desired effect.
NMS Laboratory records that I introduced that they will lack the ID.
Which one?
Not yesterday. While she's trying to find the record. As it relates to the therapeutic level, sir, is it your understanding that the lorazepam, the alprazolam, clonazepam, the counsel had asked you about the benzodiazepines, were within therapeutic, thank you, within therapeutic level?
I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They were within therapeutic level?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the entire question?
Sure. What is lamotrigine?
Lamotrigine is typically used as an anti-seizure medication and could also be used for bipolar disorder.
Okay. Do you have the results for your lab in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Toxicology? Yeah, you can read along just so you can refresh your memory if it helps. The lamotrigine, it says 6.1. What does that mean?
6.1 micrograms per milliliter. So there were 6.1 micrograms of lamotrigine per milliliter of blood.
All right. Is that above therapeutic, below therapeutic, or therapeutic?
It's right in the middle of the therapeutic range.
So if somebody had a prescription, for example, for that narcotic or that drug, then they were taking the drug according to the recommended dose, right?
And that's what it would appear to me if they were prescribed it, correct?
How about the mirtazapine?
The mirtazapine also looks to be probably used appropriately as prescribed.
And you need a prescription for that, don't you?
Yes, you need a prescription for all four of these drugs.
Okay. And what is there another name for mirtazapine?
Remeron.
Remeron. All right. And what is the purpose, or what do you use Remeron for?
It's an antidepressant.
How about the quetiapine is the number 3?
The quetiapine is also known as Seroquel, and that is generally used as an antipsychotic.
And what does that mean when you say an antipsychotic? What does that mean?
So somebody has psychotic episodes, say like hallucinations or just not seeing reality like quote normal person would, they could be prescribed quetiapine as an antipsychotic to try to kind of level out their brain chemistry.
And what was the result on the quetiapine?
1,800 nanograms per milliliter.
Now, is that within therapeutic? Is that below or high?
It looks high to me, depending upon the dosage.
Okay. And trazodone is the next one. What is that?
Trazodone is also an antidepressant.
And what's the result on that?
Oh, I'm sorry. 0.44 micrograms per milliliter.
Okay. And is that therapeutic, below therapeutic, or above therapeutic?
I would say that's a therapeutic concentration.
Okay. So basically, with the exception of the quetiapine that was 1,800 nanograms per... What is a nanogram? What does that mean? Nanograms per milliliter. What does that mean?
It's a very, very small amount. It's
Yeah.
1/1,000,000th of a milligram.
Okay. And that's how you measure the quantity of a particular substance that would be in a person's blood, correct?
In the blood, correct.
So on the quetiapine at 1,800 nanograms per milliliter, that's the only one that was not therapeutic. That was a little higher than therapeutic. Is that correct?
Correct. It's approximately maybe double what you might expect. So when I say it's a little elevated, it's not in a concentration that I would consider to be necessarily toxic or lethal.
Okay. And you don't know, working for NMS labs, or whether or not a person had a prescription for these drugs, or when they got the prescription, or who gave them the prescription. You don't know that, right?
I have none of that information, no.
You could have known that if somebody had told you that, but you don't know it from looking at the numbers that we have here, right?
Correct. It's possible if they would have given us that information. We don't always need to have it, though.
Sure. All right, this is what I offered for Dale to check.
Can I just see it again first?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
If we can just approach briefly on the issue.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have something in my eye. Okay, another sidebar.
All right, so we're going to introduce that exhibit at this time.
Thank you. So just if I may, excuse me, approach, this basically is an NMS lab report.
Same as this one.
Same numbers on the top, right? Where the square is?
Correct.
Same numbers. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
All right. Yeah, Cuomo?
Just, Dr. Brower, you, in fact, once got this case for review, you authored a corrected report in regards to this case, correct?
Correct.
At this point, I would move to admit the report. As
No
submitted.
objection.
All right, that may be admitted as well.
Thank you. Nothing further.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
All right. All right, thank you, Doctor.
Am I released?
You're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, wow. So what was the point of that? She had a small amounts.
Your Honor, prior to the next witness, the Commonwealth would move to submit 4 stipulations the parties have entered into. The first being a stipulation regarding DNA known standard samples. The second being a stipulation regarding DNA evidence for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain on the basement floor. The third being the stipulation regarding DNA evidence for the yellow exercise band and the black exercise band. And the fourth being the stipulation regarding DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain in the basement.
That's right. We don't need to have all those witnesses.
All right, so those stipulations may be entered as exhibits.
She's looked like she has literally been struggling every single day in court.
Counsel, do you want those published or read to the jury, or satisfied that they'll have those?
She okay?
The parties can refer to the contents of the stipulations.
The only one we would like to have read to the jury, I'm sorry, are you outside? Take your time.
That's on me. I kind of jumped in there. I'm sorry.
Exhibits 208 to 211.
Okay, I need to grab another buzzball. I agree, Melly. Yeah, please.
Exhibit 211, stipulation regarding the comparisons for the blue band and the red-brown stain.
Yeah, I don't, if she wants you to read it, I don't have a
Sure.
problem.
Yeah.
I think it was defense that wanted you to read it. I'm fine
Well,
reading it.
you know what? I want to read it. All right, so that's what we'll do. All right, so members of the jury, remember, I think it was yesterday or the day before, I talked a little bit about those stipulations. So the same instructions, all right? These are facts that I'm going to read that the parties have agreed to, that you can rely on in arriving at your verdict at the end of this case. This is one of 4 that was just introduced. You'll have all 4 of them with you back in the jury room when you deliberate. But so let me just read this one stipulation. This doesn't mean this stipulation is any more important than any of the other ones, but the parties would like me to just read this one here. All right, so this is a stipulation regarding the DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain was marked A. Now, in the above captioned matter, the parties agree to the following facts as it pertains to the DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain A in the basement. Number 1, forensic scientist Emily Oliver reviewed and interpreted the data relating to the question items, parentheses, item 2-4, blue exercise band, and item 3-3, the red-brown stain A from the basement floor, close parentheses, and conducted comparison analysis to the known standards in this case. Number 2, the parties agreed to the following conclusions regarding comparison analysis of these items. A, item 2-4.1.1, sample from the ends of the blue exercise band, the DNA profile.
I dropped a buzzball. That's what you guys heard. You guys heard that? Dang. I love buzzball nights. I know. You guys heard that? That's crazy because that was in the kitchen. I agree. Crystal, She most definitely does. So heartbreaking. I'm starting to change my mind on the case entirely. Yeah. There's a lot of differing opinions on this case, as I've seen. We should do that. He's got pretty hair, I can imagine.
File was interpreted as a mixture
Ooh.
of 3 contributors. There are 5 individuals
judge.
who have a likelihood ratio that indicates an inclusion in the profile. They are Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Cora Clancy, Lindsay Clancy, and Patrick Clancy. B, item 2-4.2.1, sample from the middle of the blue exercise band. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. Callan Clancy is included as a major contributor. And C, item 3-3.1, sample of swabs from the red-brown stain A on the basement floor. The DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. Cora Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. So that's the stipulation that the parties have agreed to. All right.
And one last stipulation to be marked as the next exhibit, the stipulation regarding the batch work done at NMS Labs. We're not asking that this be read at this
Okay.
time.
All right.
The Commonwealth would call Katerina Stashin.
I agree. Patrick is not checking out to me either. Something is fishy, but I don't know that he had anything to do with her flying out the window. In the actual crime itself, but I can say in my opinion that I think he wasn't a very good husband, and I think he was cheating for sure. But that's just my opinion.
Come on now. Can you stop right there, raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury of the matter now having between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You can have a seat, ma'am.
Watch your step, please.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. All right. Yeah, Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Katerina Stashin. My first name is spelled Katarina. Last name is spelled Stashyn.
And can you describe for us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's and master's degree in biotechnology from the University of Nevada, Reno.
And what is your occupation?
I'm currently employed by the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Forensic Science Division, which is located in Reno, Nevada. I'm a criminalist in the biology and forensic investigation sections.
Back in January of 2023, where were you working?
I previously worked for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory as a forensic scientist in the DNA unit, which is functionally the same role that I currently have in the biology section.
And
I'm sorry. We agreed to the DNA. I'm just letting you know that.
Okay. All right.
and I'm just
Attorney Sprague?
giving that evidence to the jury.
Go ahead.
So when did you start working for the state police?
I worked for the Massachusetts State Police from June 2021 to February of 2025.
And what was the nature of your work for the lab at that time?
As a DNA analyst, I processed evidence items obtained either from a crime scene or from an individual associated with a criminal investigation. These items of evidence would be processed through the laboratory. I then would perform interpretations, comparisons as needed, write reports. I also could perform administrative reviews of other analysts' work and provide expert witness testimony as needed.
And part of your employment at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, did you take competency tests and proficiency tests to guarantee that you were capable and proficient in the areas you were working?
Yes, I took both competency tests after my training and proficiency tests throughout my career at Massachusetts and at my current role.
And have you passed all of those tests?
Yes, I have passed all competency and proficiency tests that I've taken so far in my career.
Can you tell us what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and this is genetic information that is stored in our cells. This is information that makes us who we are, determines how we develop and grow. A person's DNA is inherited approximately half from their mom and half from their dad. DNA is forensically relevant because it is expected that no two individuals will have the same forensic DNA profile.
And is DNA the same in every single cell in a person's body?
Yes, the DNA profile obtained from different cells, different cell types like a blood cell or from a saliva cell or cell in your saliva would have the same DNA profile.
The only reason why I think that he was already out of love with her or in another relationship is because he did move on pretty fast. I mean, the case, she hadn't even had trial, and I get it. He wants to move on. He's young. He wants to start his life over, but that's like pretty fast. And she looks like Lindsay, which is even more weird. The new wife. Barbie says don't give her bows for Christmas. There's a huge amount of sympathy for Lindsay and people that are not fully buying it. Respectfully, I don't think men should be talking about it either. Unless they actually had a wife who went through it and you were there side by side, not like Patrick. Because I mean, why? Sure, you provided your sperm, but unless you're there supporting through the whole thing, I really don't want to hear from men on this case. Am I being sexist? Yeah, maybe. Maybe I am.
File barring your mutation.
And can you explain generally the process?
No vagina to give birth. No opinion.
Used to analyze evidence, in this case, the testing involving the defendant, Lindsay Clancy.
The items tested in this case and in all cases will go through a 4-step laboratory process of extraction, quantification, amplification, and detection. And then profiles developed from that laboratory process will be interpreted and compared.
Can you just briefly explain what is extraction and how it's done?
Extraction is the first step of that laboratory process that involves applying a variation of heat and chemicals to a sample. This breaks open.
Yeah, and hormones and stuff. Like, I honestly even tried to talk to my father about this case this weekend, and he was just like looking at me like I was weird. He was like, okay. I'm like, what do you think? And he's like, I really don't know what to tell you. And I was like, hello? Like, just tell me what you think. And he was like, yeah, I don't know. He's like, I'm not a female. He's like, I can compare it to what, when you went through a hard time? And I'm like, no, that's not really the same thing. And then he was just like, yeah, he's like, I feel bad for the entire family. And that's all he said. He wouldn't even speak on it. Yeah, like they're not able to relate, and I get it, but giving them opinions on mental state is a no because they cannot understand the full extent of PPD and Yeah, exactly. They don't go through that giving birth process and all the body changes and the hormones and what it takes to even get to being pregnant, right? Not that I'm not saying men, I'm not saying they're useless. Oh no, I probably will get hate in the comments. My boyfriend thinks she should write. I told him to shut up. He has no idea what he's even talking about. Yeah, you tell him, Christine. Tell him to shut it. Men don't know. My dad called all women's products Kotex. Yeah, that's about as far as my dad knows. On the monthly, yeah, gift we all get. Unless men get menstrual cycles, I don't want to hear it. Oh, sorry to hear that, Jen.
Cells that are present and releases the DNA and then isolates that DNA.
And was the next step quantification?
Yes.
And what is that and how do you do that?
Quantification is the second step when we determine a reliable estimate for the amount of DNA in those samples that were extracted. And those values are then used to optimize the rest of the process with the goal to obtain a quality profile for that sample.
And the third step, amplification, can you explain that?
Amplification is when we make millions and millions of copies of certain areas of DNA to make it able to be detected and visualized.
And then detection, what is that?
And then the fourth step is separation or detection. This is where we separate out all those millions and millions of copies that we made to make them visual. This produces a DNA profile that an analyst is then able to review and interpret.
And when you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, were there certain standardized protocols and procedures that you used at that lab?
Yes.
And were there controls used in your testing?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So there are two different types of controls that were used in our testing. The first is a positive control. This is a sample that contains a known DNA profile, and it is processed alongside evidence samples. So when that known DNA profile is obtained at the end of the process, it confirms that the process is working appropriately. The second type of control is a negative control, and this is a sample that contains no DNA that is also processed alongside evidence samples. And this is able to monitor any contamination and confirm that clean technique is used during testing.
And does your work undergo a review process at the lab, or did it?
Yes, all work goes through 2 stages of review, technical review and administrative review. Technical review is when another qualified analyst reviews all of the work done in the file and in the report. They confirm that all protocols were followed and that correct conclusions were drawn. And then administrative review is when another analyst reviews that file, all of the documentation and the report for overall clerical accuracy and completeness.
And when you worked on lab number 23-01723, evidence involved in the deaths of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy, did you follow the standardized protocols and procedures?
Yes.
Were there any issues with the controls that were present when you did this testing?
All controls were acceptable per the laboratory protocols.
And did your work undergo and pass that review process you just described?
Yes, all work went through both technical and administrative review.
And if we could talk specifically about the work that you did in this case, first, I'd like you to talk about your work done on the yellow exercise band and the black exercise band. Now, you didn't actually handle those items, correct?
I did a portion of the laboratory work for those samples, but I did not handle the actual bands themselves. I handled swabs of those bands.
So at some point in time in the lab, someone took swabs from those bands, and then that was forwarded to the DNA unit, the swabs?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, there was item 2-2.1.1, swabs from the ends of the yellow exercise band, and item 2-2.2.1, swabs from the middle of the yellow exercise band, correct?
Could I refer to my report to confirm that?
Any objection?
Thank you. Yes.
And when doing your...
That's right. Today's Lindsay's birthday. Don't tell me what happened if you watched. It keeps pausing. Really? Today is Lindsay's birthday. I didn't watch today's date because I'm not cheating and I'm not going ahead. Did they say anything about it? Probably not, huh? That's sad.
comparison work, did you also use some DNA profiles that had been generated in the lab for Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I utilized known standards that were developed from those individuals.
And known standards, are those basically the DNA profiles for each of those individuals?
Yes, known standards are samples collected directly from a known individual for comparison purposes.
Okay. And going to item 2-2.1.1, the swabs from the ends of the yellow exercise band, what were your findings?
So I'm going to start with a general statement for this report as a whole. The presence of multiple first-degree relatives in a mixture DNA profile can impact overall interpretation, including the determination of the number of contributors and likelihood ratios. Relatedness was considered for the following results. For item 2-2.1.1, sample from ends of yellow exercise band located in basement office, 47 Summer Street. The DNA profile is a mixture, including male DNA. Due to the possible relatedness of low-level contributors to this profile, an alternate number of contributors was considered. First, assuming 2 contributors. The DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributors 1 and 2 are suitable for comparison. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.7 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile. Assuming 3 contributors. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information and possible relatedness of contributors, contributors 2 and 3 are not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 920 octillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from contributor 1 of this DNA profile.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about what you've just told us. You mentioned the effect of relatedness. What does that mean?
So as I mentioned, an individual's DNA is inherited approximately 1/2 from their mom and 1/2 from their dad. So this means that there's a lot of DNA shared between relatives, including between parent and children and between siblings. So this can affect the determination of the number of contributors. So when I review the profile to see how many people are in that profile, because there's so much DNA that is shared. So taking that into account, I did 2 different interpretations, first assuming 2 contributors and the second assuming 3 contributors, again, just due to the complexity of relatedness and its effect on this profile, especially low-level contributors.
And would it be correct to state that when there is this level of relatedness where you have 2 parents and 3 siblings, that you can have false exclusions?
If there is an underassignment of the number of contributors, meaning that the number of contributors is incorrectly assigned lower than it actually is, which is a possibility with relatedness because you're working with less information because that information is shared, the underassigning could lead to false exclusions of true contributors.
Could you also miss some people to include?
Due to the effects of relatedness, it could be difficult to determine number of contributors simply because so much information is shared. Therefore, it is more complex when assigning this number.
And for item 2-2.1.1, the ends of the yellow exercise band, whether you considered 2 contributors or 3 contributors, both of your findings find that Dawson Clancy was a contributor, a potential contributor.
Both propositions, either 2 contributors or 3 contributors, had high inclusionary stats for Dawson Clancy, correct?
What's a nonillion?
Nonillion is a very large number.
Do you know how many people are on Earth?
I know it's...
This is typical DNA gobbledygook at this point, Judge. I
object to his objection.
That's
Ridiculous.
overruled. Go ahead.
They're going to talk
You can
about
ask.
not millions and how many.
Counsel, can I see you over at sidebar?
Oh. Dude, they have major beef. So on the recap, it says, because the defense agreed to stipulate technical evidence, the judge read several key forensic facts directly into the record to bypass lengthy testimony. The court noted that the DNA matching 5-year-old Cora was recovered from a red-brown stain on the basement floor, and DNA matching 8-month-old Callan was found on the blue exercise band. A former state crime lab analyst testified that the DNA matching Lindsay was found on the home's exterior shingles, aligning where she fell from. Dr. Brower stated that the 3 of the 4 medications, lamotrigine, trazodone, and mirtazapine, were sitting well within standard expected therapeutic ranges, suggesting that they were taken as prescribed. However, he noted that the Seroquel level appeared, quote, high to me, and was slightly elevated beyond normal therapeutic bounds depending on the prescribed dose. Not toxic or lethal. Despite being elevated, Dr. Brower explicitly clarified that Seroquel concentration was not a toxic or lethal level. Nowhere to be considered suicide. Okay, yeah, we already got that. Concentration. They have beef. She said that's ridiculous. Bo lady. Chill out, Bo. Chill out, Bo lady. They ain't time out now. I can put it in that chat. It's my business email.
All right, Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. 1.7 million, is that more than there are people on the earth?
That is more individuals that are on the earth, but I would like to clarify that a likelihood ratio is not a random match probability or a rarity of that profile. A likelihood ratio is a ratio that describes the probability of observing the DNA profile if a certain person is included versus the probability of observing that DNA profile if a certain person is excluded or if it is another unknown, unrelated individual.
And you said 1 million is a very high number, correct?
Yes, that's a very large number in my opinion.
So it's a very large probability that Dawson Clancy is a contributor to that mixture.
It is a large likelihood ratio that provides support for the inclusion of Dawson Clancy to the profile.
And then going to item 2-2.2.1, the swabs from the middle of the exercise band, what were your findings for that?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.5 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 3.6 million times more likely if it originated from Callan Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Callan Clancy is included as a contributor to this profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.4 billion times more likely if it originated from Patrick Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Patrick Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile. The mixture DNA profile from this item is consistent with having originated from 2 individuals. There are 3 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicates an inclusion. Though there is support for the individual inclusions of Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy to the mixture DNA profile, under the stated assumptions, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together. Assuming 1, 2 contributors, and 2, Dawson Clancy is one of the contributors, Callan Clancy and Patrick Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Support for inclusion may be impacted by mixtures which contain relative, especially first-degree relatives. Refer to the independent inclusionary statistics above.
So this swab from the middle of the yellow exercise band, you stated was a mixture of 2 contributors, 2 people, correct?
Yes, I determined using my training and experience that the profile was a mixture of 2 contributors.
And then you had 3 possible contributors, Dawson, Callan, and Patrick. bore, the two-person mixture. So is it accurate that that relatedness issue was having an effect on those, on that data or that result?
Yes, relatedness of potential contributors was having an effect on this profile, and that is because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors.
And what you stated at the end, that if Dawson Clancy is one of the contributors, then Callan Clancy and Patrick Clancy cannot be present together in that mixture, correct?
Correct.
And Dawson Clancy was the one who had the 1.5 nonillion times more likely if it originated from him, correct?
Yes, the likelihood ratio for Dawson was 1.5 non-million.
And
I guess I can see why Patrick's would be on there, right? Because he removed the bands, but I would expect it to be somewhat close on all of them. Did I miss that? Patrick, more of his DNA than Lindsay's. It's a little confusing.
would it be accurate to state that with male relatives, they share the same YSTR profile?
Yes, male relatives will share the same YSTR profile, barring rare mutation, but YSTR analysis was not done in this case.
Okay. And does that fact, when you have male relatives, does that affect the relatedness complications of your evaluation?
The fact that they're male doesn't necessarily have an effect, but just in general, relatedness has an effect in this case because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors.
And then going to item 2-3.1.1, the swabs from the ends of the black exercise band, you found that that sample was a mixture but wasn't suitable for comparison, correct?
Correct.
And what does it mean to be not suitable for comparison?
I'll read the statement in the report and then I'll clarify as needed. The DNA profile is a mixture, including male DNA, and is not suitable for comparison due to the complexity of the profile, the possibility of at least 5 contributors, and the relatedness of potential contributors.
So was it not suitable for comparison because there were so many potential contributors and many of them who were related?
Yes, there was multiple factors that made this profile not suitable. Relatedness was definitely one of those factors, and per laboratory protocols and validation, if there is any indication of a 5th contributor or more, a profile is not suitable for comparison due to limitations of our technology and software used.
Okay. So basically, if you're examining a profile and it looks like there's 5 or more, your work stops because of the limitations of your equipment.
Correct.
And then going to item 2-3.2.1, the swabs from the middle of the exercise band, what were your findings there?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 870 trillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.6 non-million times more likely if it originated from Cora Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Cora Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 2,600 times more likely if it originated from Callan Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Callan Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 220,000 times more likely if it originated from Patrick Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Patrick Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 11 times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides limited support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab DNA unit validation studies showed inclusions for known non-contributors in the likelihood ratio range of at least 2 to 1,000 adventitious support could be attributed to this conclusion. The mixture DNA profile from this item is consistent with having originated from 3 individuals. There are 5 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicate an inclusion. Though there is support for the individual inclusions of Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy to the mixture DNA profile, under the stated assumptions, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together. Assuming 1, 3 contributors, and 2, Cora Clancy is one of the contributors, Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Support for inclusion may be impacted by mixtures which contain relatives, especially first-degree relatives. Refer to the independent inclusionary statistics above.
And so again, here, you're dealing with the effect of the relatedness of the parties, correct?
Correct. Relatedness is having an effect on potential contributors again to this profile. I'd just like to.
I'm trying to find an article where it's, hello, excited utterance. Good to see you, love. A very sad case. I agree, Smiley. I'm trying to find like layman's terms because this DNA stuff, it can be confusing.
Say that likelihood ratios are calculated independently for each person. They are not to show a likelihood ratio for more than one person or multiple people together in a profile. And again, because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors, that is why we're seeing some of the things we're seeing in this report.
And for this item, the middle of the black exercise band.
Okay, so it says part of the stipulations was just agreeing to the reference DNA profiles, Lindsay, the kids, and Patrick. Katerina, who's this lady right here, explained that the DNA on the exercise bands was mixed, low quality sample with too many overlapping alleles to interpret, so they couldn't identify anyone's DNA. They're not saying that Lindsay's DNA wasn't on the band. It was saying the sample on the bands was too mixed and too low quality to identify anyone's DNA at all. Katerina explained that the bands had multiple contributors, and because the contributors were familial, the alleles overlapped so heavily that the lab couldn't separate them into readable individual profiles. When that happens, the result is simply inconclusive, not a yes or no for any specific person. So the takeaway is, so the stipulation the attorneys agreed to was only about the reference profiles, Lindsay, the kids, and Patrick. It wasn't a stipulation that the bands contained or didn't contain anyone's DNA, just that the lab had the reference profiles available. The takeaway is the bands produce no interpretable DNA, meaning no one can be identified or excluded from that sample. But also the fingerprints. They couldn't get anything from the fingerprints either because the prints weren't like, what's the word that they used? There wasn't enough to test. That's why they said her fingerprints weren't on the knife, right? Or is it backwards with the knife? That's fair enough. They couldn't get usable fingerprints, and they couldn't get usable DNA, so they couldn't get anything, really, technically. But like those are Lindsay's exercise bands. But then I'm sure the kids also probably touched them at some point, like, I don't know, playing with them or something. And then there's Patrick when he allegedly removed them. How can you do everything she did and not have a ton of DNA all over it? That's reasonable doubt alone, says Barbie. Yeah. Yeah, kids play with that stuff. It just means there's nothing conclusive. The jury needs to not consider it. Interesting. Thank you, Hella.
The highest number of possible inclusion was the 1.6 million times more likely if it originated from Cora Clancy and 2 unknown individuals, correct?
Yes, the highest statistic for this item was a likelihood ratio of 1.69 million for Cora Clancy.
And based on your analysis of the data that you had, you determined it was a mixture of 3 contributors, correct?
Correct.
And so when you have the 3 contributors and Cora Clancy has the highest likelihood of being a contributor, if you include her in the mixture, the other 4 members of the family are excluded, correct?
Assuming 1, 3 contributors, and 2, Cora Clancy is one of the contributors, Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Again, those statistics are all calculated independently and don't say anything about those people being in the mixture together.
And moving on to some other work you did in this case, specifically some swabs from the back side of the house, some shingles on 47 Summer Street in Duxbury, items 14-1, 14-2, and 14-3. Did you do work on those samples as well and compare them to the known profiles of Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy?
Your Honor, may I refer to my second report for these?
I guess that's why I'm confused. I'm like, why even bring it in? But I guess because it was evidence. But like, if they're, she should have left this out. Yeah.
Items. Thank you.
But I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
Yes, I did work on those items in my second report.
And direct your attention to item 14-1, a swab from stain B on the backside of the house, 47 Summer Street. What were your findings regarding that swab?
The female DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile.
And so unlike the samples and profiles we talked about earlier, this sample 14-1, the swab from stain B, wasn't a mixture, correct? It was just one person's DNA?
Correct. This was a single contributor profile.
And your findings was that Lindsay Clancy is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than an unknown, unrelated individual.
The DNA profile from this item is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile.
And so it's support that she's included as a contributor to this profile of one person, correct?
Yes, there is support with a likelihood ratio of 18 octillion for Lindsay Clancy.
And the other members of the family were excluded, correct?
Correct.
And then item 14-2, the swab from stain C on the backside of the house, 47 Summer Street. That profile was a mixture and not suitable for comparison, correct?
Correct. The DNA profile is a mixture and is not suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile.
And what does it mean when something is not suitable due to the quality of the profile?
This was a low-level profile with not enough information to be interpreted.
Do you have to have a certain level of information in the data to make findings based on your protocols and procedures at the lab?
Yes, there are protocols and procedures that determine how we can determine our number of contributors, and therefore if there's not enough information, a profile is not suitable for interpretation or comparisons.
And then item 14-3, the swab from stain D on the back of the home, 47 Summer Street. What were your findings for that swab?
The female DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 96 trillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile.
And again, this is a single contributor, so the DNA profile of one person was found on the swab, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Reddington? All right. Thank you, Ms. Stephen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Watch your step, please.
The Commonwealth would call Elaine Rossi as its next witness. Thank you.
Yeah, no cross.
Good morning.
Is this someone else from the lab
Yeah,
again?
The clerk, please.
Or is this a nanny?
Put the testimony in the evidence she showed you to the court. What kind of complaints?
Watch your step right there, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. All right. Counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My first name is Elaine Rossi,
Can you spell your last name for the record?
Rossi.
And what city or town do you live in?
I live in Kingston.
What do you do for work?
I'm a nanny
How long have you been a nanny?
for about 15 years now.
In July of
wow.
2022, did you become familiar with the Clancy family?
I did.
And how did you become involved with their family?
I answered a Facebook advertisement seeking a part-time nanny position.
And who posted that advertisement?
Lindsay did.
And did she respond to your message?
I responded to her message.
Right. And so you said you were interested, right?
I did.
And then did she respond to you?
She did.
So did you have then communication back and forth with her about possibly taking on a nannying position for their family?
Yes, we did.
That was on July 22nd of 2022 that that initial back and forth occurred, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of your initial communication with her, did you end up setting up a time to come meet their family?
We did.
And how did that happen? Where did you meet them?
I met at their residence in the backyard of their home.
And that would be 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Correct.
And when you went to their home, were you able to meet the children?
Yes.
And how many children were there?
3.
And who were they?
Cora, Dawson, and Callan.
And present at that meeting that you had in their backyard were also Patrick and Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of kind of meeting at their home in the backyard?
It was to get familiar with the kids, just for an introductory meeting. I got to hold Callan and play with Cora and Dawson a little bit and talk to Lindsay and Patrick.
And so at that time, Cora was 4, right?
Yes.
And Dawson was 3.
Yes.
And Callan was an infant.
Yes.
Now, as a result of your kind of interview or interaction with them, what eventually happened with your relationship with the Clancys? Did you become their nanny?
I did.
And did you communicate with Lindsay about what the expectations of the job were going to be?
I did.
So what was your role or your expectations of the role?
My role was to take care of Callan when she went back to work.
Okay. And did you know when that was expected to happen?
I believe right around Thanksgiving.
And did you start working for them prior to that? Prior to November?
Yes, I did. I started first week in September of 2022.
And so while the original terms were for you to primarily watch Callan, did you take on a slightly different role in between September and November?
I did.
And so what were the responsibilities, or what did the Clancys ask you to do for the family during the time of September through essentially when you stopped working for them?
It was to get to know the family, to get to know how they worked as a family, to get to know their schedule, and essentially mostly to take care of Callan. Occasionally, Cora and Dawson would be home, and I would interact with them as well.
So going into it, you knew that you would sometimes be spending time with Cora and Dawson.
Yes.
But to your understanding, were they at the home all the time?
No, they were at school.
And other than caring for Callan, did you agree to take on some other responsibilities in the household?
I did.
And what were those responsibilities?
It was food prep, light housekeeping, laundry, things like that.
Was that something that you offered to do as part of your services, or were you asked to do it?
I offered initially. I said those were things I did as a nanny for previous families.
And what was your expected schedule going to be for the Clancys?
It was 3 days a week. I believe it was 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m.
And was the 3 days a set schedule, or was the expectation that it might change?
Initially, it was set, and then it changed.
As far as your original expectation, fair to say, you were originally asked to do Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays?
Correct.
And then as you started working for them, you were asked to kind of adjust some of the days?
Yes.
And was that something that you could do?
If I could, I would.
And how about the time? You said from 8:30 to 1:30. Were the times flexible too?
Yeah, sometimes it was 9 to 1:30. That was about the only difference.
Okay.
It was about a half hour.
And how would you communicate with Lindsay?
So we communicated via text a lot. Lindsay also had a notebook in her kitchen that we communicate. Oh, she would leave notes for me for the activities or the instructions for me for the day.
Okay. And you started, you said, the week of Labor Day. That was your first week with the Clancy family, right? And primarily during that week, did you care for Callan?
Yes, I did.
Did they come to call you something particular as far as like a nickname?
They called me Lainey.
And that was something the kids called you as well as Patrick and
Yes.
Lindsay? So, I'm going to just show you what's been marked as Exhibit 150.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. If you want to just take a quick look inside of it. You can flip through the pages.
Okay.
I hate the prosecution. Okay, Smiley, thanks for being here. We enjoyed having you in the chat. They try to prove that she's controlling because she would like write everything down in a schedule, but my sister has 7 cats and she does the same with her cats. With the cat sitter. Yeah, she has a notebook and like a whiteboard, like eating, playtime, switch them out. So I don't think that's controlling at all. I think it's just being organized and having a lot of structure and very, I guess maybe a little, but not in a bad way.
That's helpful.
Okay.
I like this nanny.
Does the handwriting in that notebook look familiar to you?
It does.
And fair to say there's 2 different handwritings, right?
Right.
Did you come to know one of the handwritings as Lindsay's handwriting?
I thought all of it was Lindsay's.
Okay, but as far as the second set of handwriting, do you recognize?
Oh, it's mine.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. And so is this the notebook that you would kind of communicate with her back and forth about Callan and his schedule?
It is.
And fair to say she left you pretty detailed instructions
She did.
on his care.
Yes, she did.
And you were aware that she was very particular about sleep and food and keeping on a schedule, right?
Yes.
And so that's the purpose of this notebook.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Don't look in my notebook.
When you would come to the household in the morning, would you often interact with Lindsay prior to taking care of taking the baby?
Sometimes if she was there, I would interact with her. Some mornings she wasn't there.
If she wasn't there, was Patrick home?
Yes.
And did you know where she was when she wasn't there?
Sometimes she'd leave in the notebook that she was in the basement working out. Sometimes she'd drop the kids off to school.
And would you often see her throughout the day when you were there from your 9 to 1 shift?
Yes.
But there would be times when you would see her come back to the home?
Yes.
And in those times when she left, sometimes she had the other 2 children with her, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes she did not.
No.
At times, were you left with all 3 children?
I think on one occasion I was.
And would you get there before or after Cora and Dawson would be off to school usually?
Most times I would be pulling in the driveway and they would be waiting to say goodbye to me or hello to me.
Oh.
And you're aware that they did not have school on Tuesdays, right? Were you aware?
I don't remember. Sorry.
Okay.
Good night, Roxanne. Thank you for being here, love. My favorite, Roxanne. You might find, actually, that's not funny. I won't say the joke. I was gonna reference Kenzie's burn book, but I'll keep it under control for that live. We can put please pick up buzzballs. No, girl. I stocked those things beforehand. That's funny.
When you started working for the Clancy family, was there conversation with Lindsay about Callan not taking a bottle?
I don't remember that.
Did you often feed him a bottle when you were caring for him?
I did.
Duh.
And do you recall at one point that you actually videoed Callan taking a bottle and sent it to Lindsay?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes.
And that would have been on September 9th, correct?
Yes.
No.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd like to just play a short video.
Really, I object. I don't have let the jury see the video.
Could I see?
This judge is probably so sick of them not being able to get along. She better leave our guy alone. Dang, we're almost done with day 7. Should we go a little bit into day 8 or no? You guys going night night? Night night. Yo, the judge is sick of this.
All right.
Yeah.
Judy Buckingham.
Your Honor. Oh.
You love you, Baba? He's loving it.
Aww. Oh my God,
Ms.
they're
Ross.
playing that and Lindsay's there. I'm gonna go back. I want to see the baby again. How cute. I want to since this one's short. Okay, we might do like an hour into dating.
All
I need to
right.
grab my
Judy
charger.
Buckingham.
Your Honor. Oh.
You love you, Baba? He's loving it.
Um,
Ms. Rossi, is that the video that you took of Callan taking the bottle?
Yes, it was.
And fair to say you sent that video to Lindsay Clancy on September 9th of 2022?
Yes, I did.
At this point, I'd move to admit a copy of that clip as the next.
With no objection, that may be admitted.
In your care of the children, were you ever permitted to take them outside of the household, like to the park or the library or anything?
I took Callan for a walk on one occasion, and I took Cora and Dawson to a tumble fun gymnastics class.
Okay. And that would have been in October of 2022 that you took Cora and Dawson, correct? When you went to Tumble Fun, what is that?
It's
I'm sorry. I need to say something. I might have already said it before. If Patrick knew she was in that state of mind, why did he leave her alone? Or, yeah, with the kids. Shouldn't he be charged with neglect or something? People are going to be like, why are you blaming Patrick? Well, like, for fuck's sake, he knew everything that was going on. I don't understand. There's proof you knew she was suicidal. Therefore, you don't need a doctor to tell you don't leave her alone with the kids. It's like common sense, although many people lack that. Or she didn't hide it from him. And he knew how bad it was. I don't think he's a murderer yet. And he left her alone when he went to New York 2 months prior to the crime. So it proves that, okay, you trusted her. But again, you already knew what was going on. Why leave her alone then, too? You don't leave a person like that alone, much less with children.
toddler, like, gymnastics place, indoor gymnastics place.
Did you only take Cora and Dawson, or did you also take Callan?
Just Cora and Dawson.
And why was it that you took them on this particular day?
Lindsay had mentioned to me that they had tumble fun, but they wouldn't be going because she couldn't drive.
Okay.
So I offered to take them.
Did she tell you why she couldn't drive at that time?
She didn't.
So you took them, did you drive her car or your own car?
I drove her car.
And you were able to bring them home, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice anything different when you came back to the home on that day?
I didn't.
During the course of the time in which you were at the Clancy's house, fair to say from September to early December is the time that you were there, 3 days a week?
Yes.
Did you come to find out that Lindsay was having some issues?
I did.
Did she talk to you about that?
She did.
And what did she tell you about her issues?
She shared with me that she was suffering from postpartum.
Now, when she shared this information with you, had you noticed anything different about her demeanor or her presentation around the house?
I didn't at all.
Had her trips out of the house when you were there stopped or decreased during that time period?
No.
And did she tell you that at that time that she was seeing some doctors?
She did.
What about medication? Did you have any conversations with her about her taking medication during that time period?
I think we talked about she was going to stop a medication because she was trying to stop nursing.
That she was going to stop medication or she was going to start medication?
I think she was trying to stop something because she was going to, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Take your time.
She was not going to nurse Callan anymore because she was going to be starting a new medication.
Did she ever give you any details about the medication?
She didn't.
Do you recall seeing prescription bottles around the house?
I did.
Did you ever learn from Lindsay that she had gone to the emergency room in November of 2022?
No,
How about gone to the emergency room in December of 2022?
no,
Did anything about your arrangements with coming on the 3 days, caring for Callan and sometimes Cora, did any of that ever change because of what she reported to you about having postpartum?
only at the end of my time with them.
Okay, we'll get there in a
Okay.
second. But did you have the occasion to observe her interacting with the children?
I did.
And did you have any concerns about her interacting with the children?
None at all. She was a wonderful mom.
That makes me sad. She's a wonderful
Did she have any
mother.
further conversation with you about maybe more specific sleep or sleep issues that she had been having during the time period you were nannying for them?
Did.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me she was having difficulty sleeping and that she was sleeping in the basement.
I got my charger.
Now, when you would watch Callan and she would be in the basement, would you often see her in the basement?
No.
And one of the things you said that you sometimes did was do some laundry, right?
I did.
And where was the laundry in the Clancy house?
It was in the basement.
And so you'd have to go through that living room area down there where the couch was to get back to the laundry room.
Yes, it was in the back.
How about working out in the basement? Do you recall if you went down the basement stairs to the right that there'd be like a little area where there'd be weights and that kind of thing? Did you ever see her working out there?
I don't recall if I did.
Okay.
To the basement thing, like, okay, so she was struggling, her insomnia, her postpartum, right? So she's like, okay, she's still sleeping with one of the babies, or sometimes the kids would, or whatever. And she would make Patrick go down to the basement. I do think that's what was happening. But I also was thinking about this last night. I'm like, was there issues, marriage issues going on too? And maybe that's why they weren't sleeping together.
As far as the medications, do you recall where you observed the medications in the house?
Yes, they were in to the right of the refrigerator, I believe in a cabinet.
And you had to go into the Patrick and Lindsay's bedroom, right?
I did.
Fair to say Callan's crib was in there.
It was.
So do you recall ever seeing medications in the bedroom?
I didn't.
Now, you had mentioned that.
Barbie, you're funny. Melly, you said I'm coming home. My parents stopped sleeping together. I won't forget it. It was so funny. Yeah, I will. I'll go over there and regulate. They love me, but I'm sure they don't want me to move back in. I mean, if I had to. One crime. Oh, I've been wanting to review something with her, so maybe we'll do that this week.
You knew
Why?
Lindsay to be going back to work in November, correct? Were you advised, or did you know that she was originally scheduled to go back in October, but then bumped it back to November?
I didn't know that.
Fine.
But as you began working for them, that November date was in mind, right?
Yes.
Moving to Thanksgiving of 2022, did something change about the plan for her to go back to work?
Yes, I came in, I think it was a few days after Thanksgiving, maybe the day after Thanksgiving, and Lindsay was in the kitchen, and I had expected her to be asleep.
Why was that?
Because I thought she was working that shift, that Thanksgiving shift. And she told me that she wouldn't be going back to work.
And was there any further conversation of what the plan was for you and the family during that time period?
No, I think I mentioned if she wasn't going back to work and that if they didn't need me, if they could let me know.
Okay. And so do you recall being at the home at one point where Patrick and Lindsay left the house and came back?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that interaction?
Of course, Patrick and Lindsay went for a walk, and when they returned, I was in the living room on the floor with Callan, and they came in and told me that they would have to let me go because Lindsay would not be going back to work, and the two of them would be home to care for the children.
Okay. And so did they give you anything else, any other information about why Lindsay wasn't going back to work during that meeting?
No.
Okay. And did they give you some time to kind of make other arrangements after that?
They did. I believe they gave me 2 weeks.
And during that time after Thanksgiving, did you have the occasion to see Lindsay interacting with the kids in the home?
I did.
And was anything about your observations of her different?
Nothing.
Now, the kids themselves, you had the occasion to spend some time with Cora. And how would you describe Cora?
Oh, Cora was a girly girl who loved her babies very much. She was very sweet, and she loved arts and crafts and loved playing with her Fresh Mart, which was a little children's supermarket. She was lovely.
And Dawson, how about him? How would you describe him?
Dawson was full of energy, rambunctious, funny, silly.
Did you ever have any problem watching Dawson or keeping him under control? Or
Not at all. I was only with him on a handful of occasions.
Did you ever see Dawson kind of interacting with his siblings, with Cora or with Callan?
I did.
And did you see anything, or could you tell us a little bit about Dawson's interactions with them?
Cora and Dawson played well. There was one occasion in the kitchen where they were playing, and I think Cora took one of his Play-Doh, something. He was playing with Play-Doh, and his reaction, he was frustrated, and he reached out and slapped Callan.
Now, were you alone with the kids during this interaction, or was Lindsay present too?
Lindsay was, I think, in the kitchen at the same time.
Did you see her react to that when she saw that behavior?
She did.
And what was the reaction? What did she do?
She went over and removed Callan. She removed Dawson from the room and came back and consoled Callan.
Okay. And eventually, did you see her go back and kind of talk to Dawson about his behavior and address it? Okay. And was that appropriate in your opinion?
Of course, yes.
How about how you would describe Callan? How would you describe him? You spent the most time with him, correct?
I did. He was the happiest, sweetest, easiest baby. He was just a love.
Thank you.
Look at Reddington looking at her. Lindsay's, yeah, she's struggling. I know they always zoom in. Look at Reddington looking at her. He's like, I'm getting mad at the prosecutor. I mean, she's just doing her job, but.
If Lindsay had told you in one of these exchanges, and again, you exchanged mostly either in this notebook or via text, right?
Correct.
If she told you about working out, do you know if she wasn't in the basement where she would go to work out?
I think it was the Kingsbury Club.
Okay. And as far as when you stopped working for them, do you remember exactly when it was? You said maybe 2 weeks after
I
Thanksgiving.
think it was December 8th or December 10th.
And in the time that you were with the Clancys in their households, caring for their kids, interacting with Patrick and Lindsay, did you ever have any concerns that the children were not safe?
No.
Thank you.
Wow.
All right, Cross.
Morning.
Good morning.
So you first met Lindsay and Patrick and the kids in, was it July of 22?
Yes.
And then you were hired, obviously, and you then took over as a nanny.
Yes,
You got a lot of years of experience as a nanny, don't you?
I do.
And this was that you wanted to kind of pick up some more hours, and that's why you fortunately reached out to the two of them and ended up taking care of those
Yes.
kids. So from July until, what was it, November after Thanksgiving, or was it early December that they had the walk, and then they came in and told you that she was going to
Early
be home?
December.
Early December. And you all left on good terms, right?
Oh, wonderful terms.
Yeah. I mean, you guys stayed in touch with each other. You texted them Christmas, things of that nature, right?
I did reach out to Lindsay to wish her a Merry Christmas.
Did she respond?
She did.
Would you agree that on March 1st of 2023, the state police interviewed you for about a half hour or longer about your observations of the Clancy family?
Yes.
Do you recall that the trooper, were there one or two of them, if you remember?
I believe there were two.
Yeah. Do you recall the trooper asking you questions about your observations of the Clancy family with particular focus on Lindsay? They were asking you about how well you knew her, what you thought of her, what she did as far as a mother in your presence.
I'm sorry, I can't really hear you.
I apologize. They wanted to know what kind of a mother she was, right?
Yes.
And you were able to respond to that, right?
I did.
They also wanted to know any observations that you had about her use of prescription drugs, right?
Yes.
And you were forthcoming on that as well, right? They also wanted to know whether or not you observed or she made any statements about any symptomology or symptoms that she might have been having that were causing her difficulty, right?
Yes.
Do you recall indicating to the troopers that, in your opinion, that she was a loving and a doting mother?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that means? I mean, what did you observe about what did you observe about her as a mother interacting with her kids?
I observed a wonderful mom who loved her kids, she was very concerned with their safety. She was very concerned with Callan's eating and sleeping. She was a wonderful mother.
And the district attorney asked you questions about what apparently is Exhibit 150 in this case. And that's the book that she would write notes to you on, and then you would on occasion write notes back to her. Is that right?
Yes.
So when the district attorney asked you to identify her writing, so like also there were like photographs like that in the book as well, right?
Mhm.
You know who would draw that? Would she draw that or would you draw that?
I think I drew that.
You do that one?
Yeah, I think so.
And for example, Thursday, September 29th, it says Callan last fed time, put him down for a nap at 9:35 with a smiley face. We will be home, clean the clothes in the dryer if you get to it. And then Callan up at 10:45 and then some scribbling mark on the bottom. That's an indication of the type of notes that she would leave for you.
Correct.
Would she also leave notes for you to the effect of cutting up sweet potatoes and cutting up celery and things in 1-inch squares so that the kids to eat?
Yes, food prep, yes.
Did you find that to be overbearing or
Well, not at all.
you didn't find that to be controlling, that she was trying to exert a control over you, did you?
Not at all.
Felt that was appropriate for her to tell you about the cutting up of the vegetables and squares and things?
Yes.
She's a good
Also
nanny.
told you during that period of time that she was unable to sleep. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Told you that lack of sleep was becoming a significant impact on her life, and that she had to see doctors and was on medication for that, right?
Correct.
Again, the troopers were questioning you and directing you on your questions or your answers. And at one point, you recall saying to the trooper, I loved my Lindsay?
I loved my Lindsay.
Yeah.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay, did you?
Do I love Lindsay?
Yeah.
I did love Lindsay, yes.
Now, when was she sleeping in the basement? Do you remember that?
Do I know when or why?
When was she sleeping in the basement?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember if I suggest to you that it was around the end of November, mid-December, that she was sleeping in the basement for
Look
a
at
period of
Lindsay.
time? If you remember.
I don't remember, I'm sorry.
Okay. Did she indicate to you why she was sleeping in the basement?
I don't think she did.
Would you agree that she was forthright with you as far as telling you what was going on in her life, as far as her concentration and her inability to sleep and things of that nature?
Yes.
Sustained.
Would she tell you about those problems that she was suffering?
She shared with me that she had postpartum and that she couldn't sleep.
And as a result of that, you were pretty concerned for her, weren't you?
I really don't know much about postpartum, but I would always ask her how she was feeling
Right.
or how she was doing.
And in fact, you noted that in addition to the inability to sleep, that she would speak about that she was unable to focus. Do you recall her ever saying she had difficulty focusing on things?
I don't recall her saying that to me.
How about thin? Did you notice that she appeared to be losing significant weight?
I did, and I commented to her about that.
Okay. And you had occasion to see her as a mother playing with the children, obviously, right?
Yes.
Would the two of you stay in touch with each other by text even when she was out and you were home in their home with the kids?
Yes.
Fair to say that you would take many, many videos of the kids and send them to Lindsay on her phone, right?
I did.
And fair to say that during that period of time from your involvement, Ms. Rossi, as a nanny, that you sent her videos of the children playing, and as we saw the baby taking a bottle and the baby eating and things of that nature, right?
I did.
Did she ever send you any videos, or did she ever respond to your emails or videos?
Yes, she responded to most of my texts she responded to.
Did she seem to be appreciative of your work?
Yes, very much so.
And in fact, she was pretty vocal about that. She thought the world of you, right?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Redirect?
Just one question.
Oh.
In all that she told you about postpartum sleep and all that you observed in the house, did you ever have any conversations with her about intrusive thoughts or thoughts of harming yourself?
No.
Okay.
Anything on that? No. All right, you may step down. Thank you. Thank you. Counsel, can I see you?
We're done with day 7. I'm down to watch a little bit of day 8. Definitely we won't get through all of it, but we can watch a little bit. Wow. She's so upset. Wait, where is it that I saw somewhere on TikTok that
As I told you, we're not going to sit this afternoon. So we're going to break at this point, all right? And so I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
which day is it where I think she says tell her to shut up or something? I read something about it. It wasn't this day, was it?
With no we're not coming, there's nothing scheduled at 2 o'clock in this matter any further, okay? So this court, on this case, will be in recess till tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I saw something about it, but I wasn't sure what day it was that happened. Okay, let's watch a little bit of day 8. We're definitely not going to get super far into it, but at least until I finish my drink. I forget what day that happened. Yeah, I think it's like 8 or 9. Yeah, it is getting good.
Okay.
Hold, please.
Yay. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin.
We know. Who's this? I swear, if it's another lab person. See how slow she just turned her head? She's paralyzed, abuelita. She's in a wheelchair. Who's this?
Does that work better for
Yeah.
everybody? Okay, all right. All right, Commonwealth?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Kimberly Springer, KIMBERLEY, SPRINGER,
Where do you work?
at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston, Massachusetts.
And are you a medical examiner?
I am.
How long have you done that?
20 years.
Can you describe for us your educational background?
Yes, 4 years of college at Wellesley College in Wellesley, Massachusetts, 4 years of medical school at the Chicago Medical School in North Chicago, Illinois, 4 years of residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology, which is hospital-based pathology.
This is going to be good.
Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston, Massachusetts, and 1 year of fellowship training in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, which is where I now work.
And throughout that 20 years at the medical examiner's office, have you conducted autopsies?
I have.
Approximately how many?
Over 2,000.
And have you testified in courts in the Commonwealth about these autopsies?
I have.
Can you explain to the jurors what is an autopsy?
Yes. An autopsy is a tool by which we examine the whole body in an effort to determine cause of death. And it's comprised of two parts: an external examination, where we look for identifying characteristics such as height and weight, evidence of medical therapy, and evidence of trauma and disease. We may take evidence as appropriate, and then we turn to the internal examination, making surgical-like incisions and examining each of the internal organs, again, looking for evidence of trauma and disease, and taking additional samples for other tests, such as toxicology.
Now, I want to direct your attention to January 29th, 2023. Did you perform an autopsy on Callan Patrick Clancy?
I did.
And when you performed this autopsy, did you follow the procedure you just described, where you did an external examination and then an internal examination?
Yes.
And can you tell us what your initial observations were of Callan when you started the external examination?
Yes. So Callan had some therapeutic procedures in place, or therapeutic equipment in place, including a thermometer in the left nostril, a nasogastric tube in the right, an endotracheal tube down the throat, a Foley catheter draining urine, intravascular catheters in the right hand and right wrist, and an intravascular catheter in the left foot. There was some adhesive residue, possibly from other therapeutic procedures as well, on his chest. And there are additional needle marks that I saw on his body. In general, should I keep going? Or?
Well, what were your general observations?
In general, he was, we measured him at 26 inches long and 24 pounds. He had general edema, and those are the general.
So when you were talking about therapeutic things, are those things that were done by a medical provider at a hospital or some such setting?
Correct.
Okay. And what do you mean when you say he had general edema?
It means that he had his whole body had more fluid than one would expect in a...
Look at her, how upset she is.
In a person or an 8-month-old who had not been in the hospital. It's very common for someone coming from the hospital to have had been given fluids such that they have excess fluid and swelling.
Did you make observations of any injuries or trauma to Callan?
Yes.
Okay. If we could have photo 9960.
Hold on, let me just, members of the jury, I just want to give you, kind of revisit that instruction that I talked to you last week about. If you may remember, we talked about before they played that tape, all right? I just want to remind you that sometimes evidence is presented during the trial that creates emotional reactions. But as jurors who've taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you, as I did last week, you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and the weight from the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the unpleasant nature of the photographs and testimony that you're going to hear this morning or throughout the whole trial as well. So you must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. But you can't find those facts or base those facts on sympathy, anger, passion, prejudice, or pity against either side. So I appreciate that. I just kind of wanted to remind you of that. And with that, come on.
Thank you, Your Honor. So photo 9960.
No way. They're going to show it?
Is that on the screen, Doctor?
Not yet. Yes. Okay, thank you.
If you could just describe for us what we're seeing here in this photo.
So this is a photograph of Callan at the time of autopsy. I'm showing a ruler underneath his neck, where above which you can see abrasions. And you can also see some needle marks that I mentioned from therapeutic procedures on his arm.
I'm sorry, if you could use the tool, pressing the top button there just to highlight the area you're talking about, the abrasions on the neck.
Right here on his right side of his neck, and then in the middle of the neck and on the left side of the neck.
And if we could now have photograph 663. If you could tell us what we're seeing here in this photograph, Doctor.
This is another photograph showing a bit more closely, again, the abrasions of the neck. There's one on the front of the neck, the shorter one that's about 1/2 inch long by 1/16 inch. For those more familiar with the metric system, a centimeter is 2.5 centimeters is about 1 inch. 1/16 of an inch is about 1.5 millimeters. So this is 1/2 inch by 1/16 inch. And then on the right here, this is about 1.5 inches by 1/16 inch.
And then showing 9952.
May I go back to that for 1 second?
Go back.
For
Oh,
one-
Could we go back to that photo, please? 9960. I'm sorry, 663.
I just want to point out between the ruler and the abrasions, you can see a paler line. That's a normal infant neck fold. That's not a injury.
Thank you. And 9952, please. If you could just point out for us here the injuries of significance to you.
Here, sorry, I think I did that.
We could go back to the prior photo, please.
I got it.
It's the top button.
Yep. Okay, so these again are the abrasions on the left side of his neck, and there's the one on the front of his neck. In addition, on the left side of his forehead is a 3/16 inch by 1/16 inch abrasion. And I think you can also begin to see petechial hemorrhages, which are dot-like hemorrhages underneath the skin on the face.
And what are petechial hemorrhages?
Petechial hemorrhages occur when there is rupture of the small blood vessels underneath the skin surface, and they are from an overpressure of the small blood vessels such as capillaries or venules, and blood escapes out and makes a dot-like hemorrhage.
We could have photo 9954.
Oh my God, this is so sad.
If you could explain for us what we're seeing in this photograph, please.
In this photograph is Callan's right side, also showing the back of his neck. So that abrasion that could be seen in the first photo showing the front of his neck, that abrasion continues along about 3 inches in all toward the right posterior or back of the neck.
And if we could have photo 9955, please. Is this a close-up photograph of what you just described?
Yes, I can show that right here.
Thank you. Could we have photo 636, please? And if you could describe for us what you see here in this photo, Doc.
First the abrasion is in poor focus, but it's in the picture on the left side of the photograph. And then the most in the photograph, one can see those petechial hemorrhages better along the cheek, on the eyelid, all of those.
We could have photo 654, please. Can you describe what we're seeing in this photograph, Doctor?
Yes, this is an abrasion near the hairline on the right side of the forehead. And that is up here. That is about 3/8 by 1/8 inch.
And then photo 656, please. Can you describe what we're seeing in this photo here, Doctor?
This is looking at the top of Callan's head, and on the top right part of his head toward the front, near the forehead, is a 1/8 by 1/16 inch abrasion.
And then photo 657, please. You can describe what we're seeing here, Doctor?
This is the abrasion on the left side of his forehead with a ruler this time. In addition, the petechiae are also in pretty good focus on this.
And then photograph 9916. If you can describe for us what we're seeing in this photograph, please.
So these are some of the, I forgot to mention at the very beginning, there's a intravascular catheter in the right groin. This is Callan before we took off his medical therapy, and it shows some of the needle marks that he had. So on this is his right lower extremity. This is a look of an intraosseous catheter attempt with a central puncture mark and a round abrasion around it. And then here's the right groin line and the left foot line.
And if we could have photograph 9917. Are we seeing the same thing here on the left leg, those same IO attempt marks?
Exactly, yes.
Thank you. Doctor, are you able to date the wounds to the head, the abrasions and marks on the head? Are you able to say when those got there or how long they'd been there?
I can't precisely, but they have signs of healing in the form of scabbing.
And would that indicate that they weren't fresh wounds that happened the day you saw him or the day prior?
Correct.
In terms of the marks around Callan's neck and the petechiae around his eyes and face, did that give you an indication here of the mechanism of death for Callan?
Yes.
And how so?
So it is consistent with a ligature strangulation, given that the abrasions are linear around his neck and there are petechial hemorrhages above those lines of abrasion.
And how is it that when someone is strangled with a ligature, that causes petechiae in the face and eyes?
So what happens is that
so sad for this family. Well, I don't know how I feel about Patty yet, but
blood
I'm still
vessels
sad for
that
him.
supply blood to the neck are compressed. And so there are jugular veins, which are a lower pressure system, and carotid arteries, which are a somewhat higher pressure system. And so as the vessels are compressed, if there is a backup of blood in the head, there can be an increased pressure in those small blood vessels that I mentioned, and they can rupture, causing the petechiae.
So basically, is it similar to a balloon filling up, but it's not air, it's blood and pressure in the face?
Yes.
And so when that pressure gets too great, is it that the capillaries are basically bursting and causing those little red marks?
Yes. Most texts say capillaries, some say venules, the small blood vessels.
And how is it that this process, the strangulation by ligature, causes death physically? How does it physically happen?
So the blockage of blood, either both to and from the head or just from the head, will cause a lack of oxygen to arrive at the brain. And there can be an element of airway compression as well, such that the lungs can't oxygenate properly.
It's like, okay, the prosecutor or whatever, Bo lady's like, oh, she's too emotional. It's a distraction. Wah, wah, wah. And then in the Kenzie case, people are like, she wasn't remorseful at all. And I'm like, well, but we weren't there. Like, we're watching this. You see what I'm saying? Like, the difference between the two cases. But yeah, see how gleeful she sounds? Very sad.
And so that lack of oxygen is what causes the brain to die and the organs to fail.
And based on your examination of Callan, did you come to a determination based on your training and experience to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of his death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Complications of mechanical asphyxia.
And why is it complications of mechanical asphyxia instead of just the asphyxia itself?
Because he was resuscitated. And so his heart began to beat again. So from the 24th to the 27th, there was a continuation of support of his organs to in the hospital. And so if he had a stopped heart at the scene, and in that case, I would have just said mechanical asphyxia. But since there was a 3-day hospital stay, I said complications of mechanical asphyxia.
So the word complications doesn't mean that something happened at the hospital to cause his death. It's just that the strangulation caused his death, but he didn't die for a few days.
Correct.
Commonwealth would move to submit the autopsy photos as the next exhibit.
Same objection. Same objection. They may be admitted.
Commonwealth would move to submit the death certificate of Callan Patrick Clancy as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Oh yeah, I see.
nothing
It's
further.
okay, Jen. You fixed it.
Counsel?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. You may step down, doctor.
Thank you.
Counsel, can I see just briefly?
Oh, I bet he's gonna tell the council like, oh, she can't be crying. Is this where she says that? I'm curious. Oh wow, they take a break too. Wait, he's not gonna ask any questions? Okay, so we watched the first little part of day 8. Okay, let's watch a little bit more. And then I think I want to jump over to Chris Cuomo. Do you blame me? I love him. Okay.
Short break at this time.
Short break at this time.
Couple of minutes, okay?
Chris Cuomo did a segment on Lindsay Clancy, and I thought we could watch it since we're not going to do a full day of day 8.
Putting the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, everyone. So we're going to now return to the Commonwealth's case. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Dr. Lindsay Rochert.
We'll wait. Okay. Is this another Emmy? Namela, you gonna miss it? Okay. Wait, I skipped over it? Oh, so it was while they were on a break or what? Okay. So we need to listen to the little
Short break at this time.
before that.
Okay.
Court, all rise. Jurors, please close the notebooks.
Did I still skip it?
Commonwealth would move to submit the death certificate of Callan Patrick Clancy as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
Counsel?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. You may step down, doctor.
Thank you.
All right, Counsel, can I see just briefly?
He's such a gentleman. He waited for both of the lady and the other lady to walk by before him. Ah, I love Kevin Reddington. It's here or what?
Short break at this time. Couple of minutes, okay?
Court, all rise. Jurors, please close the notebooks. Please come on chairs.
I think she does say shut her up. Holy shit. Okay, I'm going back.
right, this court will be in recess.
Wait, is it shut it off or shut her up? What are we thinking, chat? She did.
Short break at this time.
I need to like, my volume's already up too.
Okay.
Court, all rise. Jurors, please close the notebooks. Place them on chairs.
Right here.
All right, this court will be in recess.
Reddington says something more about it. Yeah, the Chris Cuomo segment that I want to watch is, he brings it up too. It's very, very faint. Here, I'll go back. She says she whispers it. Maybe put in, I can't tell if she says shut her up or shut it off. Listen one more time. And the captions don't come up because she's whispering.
All right, this court will be in recess.
I can't tell. We need the audio people to do like their audio things.
All right, this court will be in.
It's at 103:17.
All right, this court will be in recess.
When he comes back, I think. Does he address it the same day or I thought he addressed it like the next day? No? Okay, let's watch. We'll watch another witness and then I think I want to end with Chris Cuomo and we'll finish day 8 tomorrow. Or if we can we can get more into day 8 if you guys want to too and not watch Chris.
Session may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are
Yeah, I could barely understand it and I have earbuds in, so that might help.
present, including the defendant, excluding the jury.
All right, counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Officer Bilal, bring in the jury.
Okay, she's doing better now. Like shut her up. Her eyes are all swollen.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering.
The sun is in the courtroom today. Hello. Kevin Reddington, number 2.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, everyone. So we're going to now return to the Commonwealth's case. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Dr. Lindsay Rochert.
I thought the other lady, oh, maybe it was a different medical examiner or what?
You stop right there, raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give Yes, you may have a seat.
Just watch your step, please.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Trudy Sprague?
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Lindsay Rosshirt, LINDSAY ROSSHIRT.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a pediatrician.
Where do you work?
I work at Quincy Pediatrics.
Back in 2023, where did you work?
South Shore Medical Center.
And how long did you work there at that point?
In 2023, I think I had been there for about 7 years.
And could you just briefly describe for us your educational and training background that enables you to be a pediatrician?
Yes, I completed medical school at UConn and then did my pediatrics residency at Mass General.
And when you were working at the South Shore practice in 2023, were you assigned as a pediatrician for the Clancy family?
Yes.
And how long had you been their pediatrician?
I'm sorry, how long had I, can you repeat that question?
How long had you been the family pediatrician for the Clancys?
I believe I started seeing them around 2019.
And in the practice that you were in at that time, was it just yourself or were there other doctors and nurse practitioners and staff that would treat and see patients?
It was a somewhat large group.
And so would you always be the one treating the Clancy children, or would some of your associates sometimes see the children?
I did all the checkups, but if there was a sickness and I wasn't there that day, they would be seen by another provider.
And by checkup, are you referring to a physical or well visit?
Yes.
And then if, for example, one of the children were ill and the family called to make an appointment, they would see who's available?
Yes, they would always check my schedule first, but often have to see someone else.
And would you have access to their records as their lead pediatrician to review if they came in for a sick visit or something like that to keep yourself updated?
Yeah, often at the time of the checkup is when we will go back and see what visits they've had since the last time we saw them.
This time would move to submit the pediatric records from South Shore Medical Center for Cora, Dawson, and Clancy.
Any objection?
By agreement.
That may be admitted.
If we could focus for a moment on Callan Clancy. He was born in May of 2022, correct?
That sounds right, yes.
And you were his pediatrician from the time he was born?
Yes.
While you were his pediatrician, did his mother, Lindsay Clancy, ever talk to you about Callan having issues taking a bottle?
Not that I can remember.
Was there anything out of the ordinary health-wise with Callan?
No.
Was there any issues, or were there any issues with him meeting his milestones?
No.
What about Dawson Clancy? Did he have any health issues or concerns that you were aware of?
If I recall correctly from the notes, I think just a peanut allergy, if I remember, but otherwise he was healthy.
And Cora Clancy, did she have any medical issues?
I think asthma, that was pretty well controlled, but she was also healthy.
Now, in your role as a pediatrician, are you aware of postpartum issues, and are there certain things that you look for in new moms when you're treating babies?
Yes, we're certainly aware of it, and we try to look for any kind of outward signs at some of the initial newborn visits. Do you want me to elaborate?
Yes, please.
So, for example, things we might look for would be if a mom is kind of has a flat affect, or not really making eye contact, or tearful, or having trouble bonding with the baby.
And if there are those issues that you see, do you document them in the medical records?
Yes.
And what do you do in terms of treatment or care when you see those things?
Yes, so since we're obviously caring for the child, we are not really able to diagnose or manage anything for the mom, but we do try to connect her with resources, whether Massachusetts has some postpartum resources, or often we'll refer to have her try to contact her OB.
When you were interacting with Lindsay Clancy, when you were treating her 3 children, did you ever see the need to refer her for any of those services?
No.
And did you ever see any of those visible signs that you talked about, the flat affect or anything like that when you were interacting with her?
I don't remember anything like that, no.
And I want to ask you about some of the things that are in the medical record that the jurors will see, so that you can just kind of explain what they'll be looking at.
I agree, Crystal, but it's like, even if Crystal says, sounds like she's trying to prove there was nothing wrong with the kids to stress Lindsay out and that she didn't have PPD. Yeah, I agree. And it's like, that's not the only thing that would contribute to her PPD anyways. I mean, it would. It sucks that she's sounding like Crystal, and it's pissing me off. Yeah.
Showing you a record here from January 18th, 2023.
Like, just because the kids are in good, healthy condition doesn't mean that she can't have PPD. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's dumb.
Issues with the brightness, I'll just bring it to you.
Mm-hmm.
You just look that over.
What is even the point here?
Is that consistent with the medical records from your practice?
Yes.
And so, for example, with this visit, Callan Clancy, 7-month-old male, here with mom for bilateral ear pulling and fussiness. So is that typical in the medical records, where you'll document the patient being seen, the age, who they're there with, and what the issue is?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you get a history? Say when a kid comes in and they're sick, how do you get the history of their symptoms and what's going on with them?
So we usually do a brief review in the chart just to know what anything on their so-called problem list for medical conditions, and then in the room we ask the parent the story. In pediatrics, usually we have to rely on a guardian,
especially when it's like a 7-month-old who can't speak for themselves. So it would be whichever parent or person is there giving you their concerns and the symptoms, and communicating with what's going on.
Yes.
And if there were any issues with communicating with the parent present, would that be documented in the medical records?
Yes.
And you saw Cora Clancy on January 24th, 2023 for a physical, correct?
Yes.
And as you stated earlier, prior to seeing her for the physical, did you look over her chart to see if she had been in recently with any illnesses or anything like that?
Yes, I would have done that.
And so would you have seen this note when her mother brought her in on December 27th, 2022, with some vomiting and sore throat?
Yes.
And again, if there had been concerns at that appointment, they would have been noted in the record?
Yes.
And then as the pediatrician, if you'd seen some concerns, would you have addressed them with the parent?
Yes.
And that didn't happen on January 24th, correct?
Correct.
And speaking specifically to January 24th, 2023, that was Cora's 5-year physical, is that right?
Yes.
And sometimes in the record, it's called a well visit?
Yes.
And what were your observations of Cora that day?
As far as I can recall, it was a very normal visit. Cora seemed to be behaving normally. I mean, no kid's happy to be there for a checkup, but I didn't notice anything out of the norm. She seemed perfectly well behaved, and mom seemed appropriate as well.
Mom seemed appropriate?
Yes.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary about Lindsay Clancy's demeanor or behavior or interaction with you?
No.
Was she able to give you a history of how Cora was doing and what milestones she was meeting?
Yes.
Was she able to answer your questions?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble understanding her at any point?
No.
Did she seem to have any trouble understanding you?
No.
Did she have, visible tears or a flat affect or anything like that?
No.
Did you have a discussion with Lindsay Clancy about Cora having some stomach aches?
Yes.
And what was your evaluation of that and your recommendation?
So we talked about the belly pain she was having. From what I could tell, I thought constipation might be possible because it's something we see a lot in kids. So I had suggested we try Miralax, which is a common stool softener we use, and wanted her to see me within 2 weeks if Cora wasn't feeling better.
Okay. And when you recommended the Miralax, was Lindsay Clancy receptive to that?
Yes, I believe so.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
Morning.
Good morning.
What's the time frame that you dealt with the Clancy children? Because you took care of all three of them, right?
All three.
Right.
Yeah. Cora, I believe, was around 9 months old. So I want to say that I saw them from about 2019 until 2013.
And when you would see the children, who would bring the children to see you for the checkups? Was it Lindsay, or was it Lindsay and Patrick, or was it?
I think that Lindsay and Patrick came together for one of Cora's checkups, but as far as I can remember, every other visit was always Lindsay.
And being an experienced pediatrician and
Always
being very
Lindsay.
protective of your patients, little kids, you're always looking to see if there's anything out of the ordinary, bruising, anything indicative of any type of psychiatric problems they may have, stunted growth or anything. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're always on the lookout for anything else, even if it's not mentioned to you, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Did you ever notice anything like that on the Clancy kids?
No.
Did they seem healthy?
Yes.
Did they seem happy?
Yes.
And all the times you would see Lindsay with the kids at your office, did she appear to be a doting or concerned mother for the children?
Yes, she did.
One of the questions that the DA had asked you is whether or not you're familiar with postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, things of that nature. Would you agree with me, in your experience, extensive as it is, that a person can be suffering from postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis and still talk?
I'm not sure I have enough expertise to explain to answer that well.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Was Lindsay the type of person, to your observation and your treatment of her, that she was kind of like, was she like a complainer? Would she complain to you about the kids being a pain in the neck, and that she was aggravated with the children or anything like that?
Not that I remember, no.
In all of the times that you had seen her, let's focus, say, on the year of 2022 up through 2023, January 24th, when you saw the children, I'm sorry, Cora, I believe it was, last. Counsel had asked you whether or not you made any observations that you would have noted if she appeared to be suffering from any symptomology of postpartum. Do you recall her asking you that?
Yes.
And in your treatment of the children and in your observations of Lindsay, did you know, or did she indicate to you, or did Patrick indicate to you, or anybody indicate to you, that in October of 2022, she was seeing a psychiatrist?
No,
Do you know Dr. Tufts?
no,
Did you know that after seeing Dr. Tufts that she was placed on a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, SSRI, Zoloft?
no, I didn't know that.
And again, you're the pediatrician. It's not your job to pry. I mean, if you see something, you would make note of it and try to help them out. But I mean, if they don't tell you, you don't know, right? Did you know, fair to say that you didn't know that she was then seeing a Dr. Paul, and then Paul left the practice and nurse practitioner Gelada?
I didn't know that.
Okay. Do you know them?
No,
The only reason why I ask if you know them is that South Shore Medical Center, is that affiliated with South Shore Hospital?
I believe it was already owned by the hospital at that time.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Latasha Dukes, nothing about her.
No,
Any medications? Did you know about her being on any medications?
no, I didn't.
She didn't complain to you and say that she had insomnia and that she was unable to sleep or having difficulty like that?
Not that I can remember.
Mental institution.
I didn't know that.
So when you saw her on January 24th, you did not know that she had been to McLean Hospital and had been on medications or anything, right?
That's correct.
Because again, she wasn't a complainer.
Correct.
She was a hell of a mother, wasn't she?
I always thought she was a good mom.
Thank you.
Wow.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Cuomo calls Susan Freon.
Okay, we'll stop there with day 8 and let's watch Chris Cuomo talk about the hot mic moment. Because we still have like 4 more hours to go on day 8. So we'll finish that one tomorrow. Let's watch Chris. She was one hell of a mother, wasn't she? Well, listen. Apparently Patrick never went to the doctor's appointments, which I get it, and all the men do, especially if you're like a stay-home mom. But he was also working from home, so why couldn't he go? Yeah. If anything, he needs a civil suit by her parents. Lindsay should file a civil suit for him for neglect. But I know First Liberties was right. He worked from home. He had a flexible schedule. Yeah, he won big time. He's coming out winning all kinds of money. All right, I'm settled down. We're gonna listen to Chris Cuomo. The hot mic, the judge, and the mistrial. We love.
Yes,
Chris
I'm
Cuomo.
officially on vacation, but there is no
We
rest.
love Chris Cuomo here. Well, the true crime, Chris. I don't really get into politics, so my husband doesn't go to my doctor's appointment either, but mine are just medical appointments. Yeah, my dad doesn't go with my mom, but he knows everything and he makes sure I go. He even offers to pay me to go. Even though it's my mom, I'm like, no, but sure, I'll take it. I'm like, you can pay for my gas or buy me a drink. Do you ever think that contributed anything to her stress, right?
For those with passion of purpose. And we just took a major step towards a mistrial in the Lindsay Clancy trial. Okay, now let's just remind ourselves, all right? There is no dispute here about who killed these kids. There is no dispute about how horrible it is, okay? There's no dispute about any of that. The dispute in this trial is about what motivated what happened, okay? Now, here's the tricky thing. Motivated, what does that sound like? Motive. Well, what does that create as a problem? Well, motive isn't relevant. Did she have the intent to cause serious bodily injury or death to the children? Yes. Yes, she did. It's going to be hard to argue otherwise. Why did she? Now, ordinarily, that's not necessary. You can have a theory as to why, you can agree, you can disagree. However, this is where it gets tricky. Could she form the required intent in order to be responsible for the criminal act? Yes, she has been found competent to stand trial. Was she competent? Was she sane at the time of the crime? That is the dispute. The dispute is not as simple as, yes, she knew what she was doing. She wanted to kill the kids, but that's only because she was diseased of mind. I get why that's unsatisfying for people. I get why that's tricky. It's not for me, but I get why it is for a lot of people. However, that's really not the issue. It's not. The issue is actually whether or not she could form the intent at the time, or was she suffering from severe defect, meaning her absolute known condition, disease, illness of postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis. Had it gotten to the point of psychosis, did she have a psychotic break during this? And that is what the trial is about. Now, why did we take a step towards the a mistrial here? Well, one small reason, one big reason, okay? And look, I'm going to get to the juicy bits. The juicy bits are what? Is the husband somehow involved? I think that this is a very malignant conspiracy theory. And I'll tell you why I believe that. Because I covered Andrea Yates. And I remember the same shit. This was pre-social media, pre all the noise, pre-magnifying minorities, pre all of this that we deal with now, which is both a blessing and a curse when it comes to the true crime space. Well, what did he know? Well, why wasn't he there? Well, so convenient. Same things they're saying with Patrick. If you believe she was so sick, why did you leave your kids with her? Now, that's a different question. Okay? Whether or not he had anything to do with the murders is a simple question. The answer is no. We know where he was at the time. Okay? Multiple witnesses, and she has never disputed it. Counsel has never disputed it, that she wanted him out of the house. She sent him on errands. She sent him away. He was not there. He did not do it. Anything you hear otherwise that is suggestive of the fact that Patrick may have done it is bullshit. Okay? Just dismiss it. And more importantly, dismiss who's telling you that. And I'll tell you why. We all have a right to be wrong. But when you know that you have no good basis for what you're saying, you're just doing it to kind of juice the situation. Oh, you want to hear something also on this point that's really interesting? So I tried to get ChatGPT to go through the different theories, and it censored me. It wouldn't answer the questions. It wouldn't want to go down the road of whether or not there was speculation about Lindsay Clancy. Maybe it was this, maybe it was that. What the fuck? What is going on? Okay. I mean, I'll tell you what, we got to get straight with AI. We got to get straight with social media platforms and who's in control here of what information we can have and what information we can't have and on what basis. I'm telling you, very scary stuff. So the small issue is that defense counsel says that the prosecutor wasn't properly prepared, didn't give him proper instructions and timing for preparation. And now they're saying that they're not ready for witnesses that the defense wants, and the defense isn't ready for the witnesses that the prosecution's bringing on. Now, this is a small issue. It's usually curable. Okay, it's usually curable, meaning it's not normally something that you're going to get a mistrial on. Very rare. And if you look it up, even in Massachusetts, not a lot of cases where a mistrial was declared because of the amount of time you had to prepare for a witness. You know, it can be cured. Okay. So, you know, you can delay the trial. You can do a lot of things. I think that's a very small issue. Not a big deal. I think the defense counsel did a good job in how he articulated it and made the prosecutor look bad. But here's the bigger problem.
Here's a cigar. I love it.
The open mic. Do we hear the ADA or someone from their team or someone, period, say, shut her up, shut it off, anything like that? I'm going to play it for you now. We're going to play
yay.
it. Rose, we'll play it right here, right now. Let people listen to it twice or three times. Go ahead.
You need to know what you're going to talk about before.
I want to tell you that they got picked up on a hot mic saying, shut her up. during the playing of that autopsy.
All right.
This is not like Handmaid's Tale where you're gonna tape them out.
Listen, I'm not doing that at all. I just want to find out what the issue is. There's a lot of privileged issues, and then you can tell me that.
So I'm assuming on day 9 he goes back. I want to see him pop off on them. Holy moly. Okay, well, I can't wait to see that. But let's go back and listen to Reddington.
This is not like Handmaid's Tale where you're gonna tape them out.
Listen,
He says this is not Handmaid's Tale. Have you seen that show? Brutal. Very good. I would say one of my favorites. Okay, let's listen. Wow.
you're going to talk about before.
I want to tell you that they got picked up on a hot mic saying, shut her up during the playing of that autopsy.
All right.
Look at their faces.
This is not
No.
like Handmaid's Tale where you're going to tape them out.
Listen, I'm not doing that at all. I just want to find out what the issue is. There's a lot of privileged issues, and then you can tell me that.
I don't know that it's not manipulated. I don't know that that's what it really says.
Well, it is what it really says, honey, Chris, because we just heard it in the courtroom. Now, what it says, we don't know. What do you guys think? Dumb and Dumber. I'm trying to be nice here. Behave. I cause a lot of trouble when I do Kenzie lives. You know, we can talk about Mackenzie Charlotte too, and everyone's scared. Just smoke the cigar, Chris. Okay, what do you guys think? I know it's like one of those conversations in your home you don't want to have with your parents. We're gonna have it. Okay, wait. So what do you guys hear? Shut her up or shut it off. I think they said Reddington wouldn't put his career on the line. Peach says, I heard shut her up. Rudy says, shut her up. Barbie says we need to listen to it, eyes closed. A little bit of meditation. Okay, yeah, I mean, if, you know what, if Reddington thinks that's what it was, I'm sure he had people listen to it too. Like his lawyer son and maybe some colleagues. Let's listen to it again.
I don't know that it's not manipulated. I don't know that that's what it really says. I don't know that I don't hear it because I want to hear it. But I will tell you what. The judge.
Wait, I want to replay that part in the court when he's like going off. Look at their faces too.
This is not like Handmaid's Tale where you're going to tape them out.
Listen, I'm not doing that at all. I just want to.
Shut her up during the playing of that autopsy.
All right.
Look at their faces. I feel like definitely shut. I can't tell the last part. I still hear off. Debbie says shut her up. I heard shut it off that time. Eyes closed, shut her up, says Crystal. Crystal closed her eyes. I heard shut it off that time. We'll have to listen to it again.
This is not like Handmaid's Tale where you're going to tape them out.
Listen, I'm not doing that at all. I just want to find out what the issue is. There's a lot of privileged issues, and then you can tell me that.
I don't know that it's not manipulated. I don't know that that's what it really says. I don't know that I don't hear it because I want to hear it. But I will tell you what, the judge is obviously thrown by the suggestion of defense counsel. Okay? And this judge, I think, is now looking at a potential strike 2. Why? Strike 1 was, hey, don't listen to Lindsay Clancy. You got to ignore her being emotional. First of all, welcome to humanity. How do you expect them to unsee, unhear, unprocess what they...
I could almost hear shut it up, but yeah, obviously it would be her. I hear an R. I'll see if I can put it into my editor thing that I use. It sounds like shut her up, but sounds like they're saying it under their breath.
saw. And since when is a judge giving you instructions that you can't feel any certain way about anything? You got to just go on what's in front of you. This isn't 2 + 2 = 4. And by the way, even that isn't always as simple. The idea of what's objective and what's subjective, I think it's all subjective. I mean, I think even the facts, in certain instances, there's a degree of subjectivity to them. Why?
Oh,
well, I'll give you
an
extreme example. This was actually given to me. I didn't come up with this, but it's a good metaphor, good analog for what we're talking about. What is 1 + 1? 2, right? Always, all day long. Is it? You have a pile of laundry. You add a second pile of laundry on top of the pile of laundry. How many piles of laundry do you have? 1. Do you have more laundry than you had before? Yes. Do you have twice what you had before? Perhaps. Depends on how much was in the second load. You see what I'm saying? It can get tricky real fast. And you got to remember that. And him saying that, you just got to go with the facts. You can't pay attention to how she is. I got to tell you, it cuts both ways. I think the instruction hurts the prosecution. I think the instruction creates doubt in the minds of the jurors, to be honest. Like, what do you mean not pay attention to the fact that she's upset? A defendant isn't allowed to emote. Well, there are certain lines. You can't address the jury directly. You're not allowed to do that unless there is an agreed upon. Okay, that's fine. But the idea that you can't have any emotions at the table, is that something that you think is a normal thing? Let's see if we can get an answer to that. I like using ChatGPT to give you a familiarity with a process you can use to understand true crime things, okay? Is a defendant allowed in Massachusetts to show any emotion while sitting in court at their trial? Let's see.
I love him and his cigar.
Yes. There's no rule requiring a defendant to sit completely expressionless or to suppress tears, sadness, anger, or other things. There are limits. Courtroom decorum. Of course, that's what I was referring you to. A judge can require everyone, including the defendant, to believe in a way that allows the trial to proceed orderly. Rule of criminal procedure in Massachusetts 45. It's different in New York. Allows a judge to remove a defendant if their behavior becomes so disruptive that the trial can't proceed. I don't think we were anywhere near that. And in the case law, emotion itself is not the same as disruption. Now, do you really believe she was being disruptive? You could barely hear her. She was going like this. I mean, come on. And look, it cuts both ways logically.
Chris is just too funny. Bring that cigar over here, Mr. Cuomo. Joe says defendants have always been allowed to have their own expression, but the lawyer tells them to keep it straight face. Yeah, I think defendants should be able to have whatever emotion. I mean, specifically Lindsay here. Yeah, he says defendant.
Why? Well, if she's able to appreciate how bad it is, then she must have appreciated it when she did it. Now, of course, that cuts against what you're going to hear in the defense case in chief. They will put on a case. They don't have to. The burden is on the state. But I think they are going to put on a case in chief. And I think that the case will be, you can be psychotic in the moment when you do something. It waxes and wanes. It may wane right after you did something or a short time thereafter, and you therefore realize what you did. Ergo, therefore, She does what she does to the kids in a moment of psychosis, realizes it, tries to kill herself. That quickly? Yeah, it can be that quick. Is that suspicious? Yeah, it's suspicious. Do you believe it 100%? Maybe, maybe not. But is it reasonable doubt? I think so. I think so. But can it go the other way? Definitely. It has with this judge in a very similar case. That was just reversed, but not because of good reason. Interestingly, to my point about what's a discrete issue here, about the prep for the witnesses, the reason that case was reversed with a mother with postpartum who killed her own kid, she was found guilty. They reversed it because of the introduction of medical records in an improper way that on appeal was found to have been improper. So it's kind of a technicality. I mean, I believe in it. Due process matters. You got to get it right every time, all the time, as much as you can. And if that means that someone who definitely did something goes free, I'm okay with that, because you need the process to be as pure as possible. I believe it. I believe it. I believe it. Okay. Yes, the system is broken. Okay. Yes. And yes, a 72-hour hold is absolutely all you can hope for. Yellow flag laws, red flag laws, family involvement. It is all very limited because of HIPAA and because we are not evolved as a culture. And we are a society that likes to punish. We have a legal system more than a justice system when it comes to mental illness. You did it. You look like everybody else. I get you had a hard day. You're depressed. It doesn't make you have to kill people. Go to jail. That is what we like to do. We like to punish. I am against it. I think that we don't have enough of a justice system with this. I think we have a legal system. However, I'm just one voice, okay? And in this courtroom, another mother was convicted the same thing. In New York, the Nanny case of her stabbing the two kids, killing them, and then stabbing herself in the neck afterwards, trying to kill herself. She failed, obviously. That's why she was on trial. She was found guilty. And the stabbing in the neck was found by the jury when they were polled afterwards, talked to afterwards, proof that she knew what she did was wrong. Now, that sizes up really similarly to Lindsay Clancy. Does Clancy have going for her that she's the mother and not just the nanny? So there's a suggestion of even more intimacy, more connection, more unlikelihood of a mother doing something like this. And look, I just think that this is not Casey Anthony. And the idea that you're going to paint this mother as someone who wanted to get out of being a parent, I don't think you're going to have it. I mean, and again, back to the husband.
I agree with him. Why are they comparing? Casey Anthony wasn't going through postpartum, was she? That hoe. Ugh, I don't like her. She was? Psychiatrist said Casey Anthony showed no signs of mental illness. Yeah, Lindsay is not Casey Anthony. How long can postpartum symptoms last? A long time, Joe. I think like weeks, days to weeks to months to years. And Lindsay, I think, started experiencing postpartum symptoms after her second child, if I'm not mistaken. The medical definition of immediate postpartum is 6 to 8 weeks after birth. However, full physical, emotional, and hormonal recovery commonly takes 6 to 12 months, up to 18. But I also think, I have to sneeze. I also think postpartum, oh my gosh, my sneeze keeps going away. I think postpartum can also lead to other things, if I'm not mistaken, like bipolar, and obviously, probably like permanent. Well, I don't know. Let me look up something. Oh, it says no, it does not cause it. However, the massive hormonal, physical, and emotional shifts after childbirth can intensely trigger, unmask, or worsen pre-existing BPD symptoms.
So I jump around. Why? That's the way my brain works. And there's the excitement of it, but one at a time. The attorney's saying, hey, she wasn't right with these. Let me see if I can get a better articulation for you. Clancy defense counsel complained about witness prep. Why? If you mean Kevin Reddington's complaint during the current Lindsay Clancy trial, the concern was that the prosecution was coaching witnesses in a way the defense believed was improper or unfair rather than simply refreshing recollection. A specific exchange was on August 7th where he said, look, if you didn't prep them right for trial, that's on you, okay? You don't get to do it during the trial. Could that be grounds for mistrial? Could. Unlikely, discrete issue. Okay, that's one thing. Let's put it to the side. Now you understand. You understand what it was. You understand what the kind of borders on it. The judge, wasn't happy about it. Now, the second one, the judge has a problem. Why? Because he's got the one ruling where he says ignore her emotion. And I think that's a bad look. I think it's a bad instruction. Could it be a mistrial? No. But now we're starting to accumulate, and you do have a law of accumulation. You get 4 or 5 little things that may have added up to significant prejudice. Now you have did she say shut her up, shut her down? And then the judge did it? And then the judge gave the instruction. If there is any coordination between the prosecutor and the judge that is not within full conference of both sides, you could have grounds for a mistrial. Let's ask Mr. AI and see what he says. The issue of whether or not the prosecutor said to shut down or shut off the mic or to stop the defendant from emoting directly to the judge means what?
Love that he's AIing everything.
Let's see if it'll answer it this time. I asked it differently. The distinction is important, okay? There was a dispute about what was said. Hot microphone, shut her up, okay, in response to the emotional reaction. The prosecution disputed the characterization and said the words were shut it off, meaning shut off removing the autopsy images. Very, very different. Why?
Oh.
Because if it's shut her down, shut it off, do whatever, and the judge went along with it, you may have grounds for a mistrial. If it's, we're hurting her feelings too much, it's too much for her, turn it down. Now she's showing humanity that's well within the bounds of the prosecutor if it would be unusual. And you are not going to have ground for a mistrial. All right. If it's shut off, referring to the images, the prosecutor is well within her right to do that. It's actually, I would argue.
But I thought the images were already down. No. Because they were already going on break. Or maybe not. I guess that would matter.
You also right to have done it. You're right. She's showing sympathy.
Because if they're already down, why would she say shut it off? Yeah, I question ChatGPT and AI a lot for celebrities. It was about the mic.
Which I think is a good human instinct. Shut her up, that's very different. And if the judge coordinated with that response, it could be grounds for a mistrial. Okay? And the judge definitely did criticize the conduct. And the trial said, hey, this ain't The Handmaid's Tale. You can't put tape over her mouth, which was a very clever thing. Very clever thing. Why? Because it gives the jury something to grab onto, which is absolutely thematic for this counsel. Is there a chance that he jumped on an opportunity to say something he wouldn't have been able to say otherwise? Yes. Yes.
Ooh.
And in fact, there was a case where a case actually got reversed because a forensic expert mentioned CSI in their description to the jury about how to analyze something, and it wound up being reversible error. So this is very interesting stuff. Now, what is least interesting to me, but burning up true crime the most? These allegations about the husband. Now, let's give him his best reckoning. What are the conspiracies and allegations supporting, God, I can't type shit on a phone, and allegations supporting notions that the husband.
Yeah, I think the jury was there for both of the moments, weren't they? When the hot mic happened, they were just getting ready to go on break, and I think when he brought up a Handmaid's Tale.
Oops. Thank you. That the husband, Patrick, why is everyone calling me? May have been.
Oh, I'm not calling you.
Oh, can you guys hear me? Yes, you can, right? Good. Okay. May have been complicit. Okay. So let's see. And I'll give you, this one's a pretty good aggregator. He deliberately got out of the house. Okay. This one fails easily. Why? And this is so stupid. Look, can't be shown for safety reasons. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? What kind of censorship is this? What kind of censorship is this on ChatGPT? Are you serious that you're going to keep me from exploring allegations that are out there? You see what I'm saying? I told you it was happening. It makes me sound like one of these conspiracy theorists, but now you see. So I'll go to another one. Let's try it here. What are the allegations against Lindsay Clancy's husband, Patrick, suggesting he may have been involved in the murder? Question mark.
I love him.
I mean, can you believe that?
No, we can't. What? No.
Okay. The timeline. Patrick left the home to pick up takeout food. She told him to go. Everybody knows. And even if he absented himself, even if he left, there is no legal duty. He could be a moral monster. He would not be legally responsible for what happened when he left. Okay? That's not how the law works. The psychotic break coincided precisely with his absence. That's how it works. Now, even if the jury were to find that there was no psychotic break, or there can be psychotic breaks, and maybe she's had them in the past, but she didn't have one when she killed her kids, neither of those would implicate the husband. So the idea that he killed them, why wouldn't she say that? Why wouldn't her counsel have developed that theory? Why? Why wouldn't have investigators touched it anywhere in any way? Why does it line up exactly with what we heard about Rusty Yates? Rather than being a target of suspicion, Patrick publicly defended his wife, just like Yates. And instead filed a wrongful death civil lawsuit against her healthcare providers for medical mismanagement. Why? Because there is an arguable case that she was mismanaged.
Mm-hmm.
She was desperate to deal with her illness. She talked about it all the time. She said she was getting worse. She was begging them to help her. And you can make the case that it wasn't just ordinary negligence. Now, I'm not saying it's a dispositive case. I'm not saying it's definitely going to win, but it's definitely a case. And even if you don't like that he supports her, okay, that doesn't mean he had anything to do with it. Why wouldn't investigators loop him in? Do you think investigators want to make a case against the mom if there's a case to be made against the father? See, it doesn't make sense. And taking things that aren't completely known and using them to fuel an unknown is bullshit, and it's true crime at its worst. All right? Benzo withdrawal psychosis is a thing. And look, what is that playing to? Now, you have personal experience with it, and God bless you and your family with what you deal with. But let's be very clear. People don't want to hear it. Don't take the meds then. If you're crazy, it's because you want to be crazy. And just because you're crazy doesn't mean that you're not going to do something that you wanted to do and you're still bad. You can be bad and sick. And that's what you're dealing with. And by the way, you can be bad and sick. You can be. The mental health system in America is not broken. It's incomplete. And we don't have real parity. We don't. I really care about this. And it's so interesting in my own life, my own experience. After getting shit canned, I definitely had an acute bout of depression. I'm not just saying I was sad about getting fired, because in truth, I was surprised who did it, and I was surprised how it happened. But I wasn't surprised that it happened, if that makes sense. But I had already, I was diagnosed with PTS when I came back from Iraq sometime later after an incident that we all lived through there. And they put me on like anti-anxiety drugs, and that didn't really work. And they thought it would help me with my dreams that I was having, but then, so they put me on an antidepressant. I started to do cognitive therapy on it. It was helpful, absolutely helped me in as much as between the medication and the therapy, I now understand when I'm feeling a certain way and it's making me think a certain way, and I can be aware of it most of the time. And that's really helpful in behavioral modification.
I like that he's honest like that, because that's what I do here on my channel. I like that he can talk about uncomfortable things. He should smoke the cigars on a nation. Yeah, I don't know. He won't do that. That's funny. Joe.
When I told people that, the Post ran with a headline that said Cuomo wanted to kill himself. Why? Because we love to demonize the sick and we love to play on crazy. Okay? Now, Chris, just because you say she wanted help doesn't mean that's what really happened. Yeah, you're right. There's also a shit ton of medical documentation that she was trying to get help, and they were putting her on different drugs and mixing them up and putting them back and forth. And that happens a lot, but it's got to be done responsibly, and there's got to be careful monitoring. So I'm not making it up. And who's this asshole? I'm going to defend Fauci, because if you care about what happened during the pandemic, you can't see him as a standalone.
Oh.
Go after Trump. Go after Biden. Go after their administrations. If you're about the answers,
okay, I'm here for
all of it. I'm here for all of it. I want to have a real go through on ivermectin and whether it's a standalone treatment.
I'm not here for politics.
Most of the time. We got a long way to go in terms of what we decide to believe and what they decide to cover and all that. Here's what I'm saying. We don't like making excuses for people with mental health problems. We don't even want to see addiction as an extension of mental illness. No, you chose to take the drugs. You really think it's as simple as volitional behavior? I mean, we can't even get that right with what you put in your face, right? Why do people eat? You believe in emotional eating, don't you? You believe in emotional binge eating, don't you? Sometimes it's just get away from you, right? Sometimes you just talk yourself into it, right? That you're okay with. But you're not okay with any of these other suggestions about drugs that are so much more addictive than sugar. See what I'm saying? You got to think. I will bite you. What the fuck? Anyway.
Someone said I will bite you in the chat. He was doing a lot. This is, I think, a live stream. Oh my God, that was the funniest thing. I'm sorry. He said I think he was talking politics when he said that. That's funny. I have to rewind.
Saying, you got to think. I will bite you. What the fuck? Anyway. We are getting close to a mistrial.
I swear that was not me. That is not me. In the chat. That it sounds like something I would say. Yes. I will not lie about who I am up here. But wait, I want to hear that again. I'm obsessed. I know. Don't unsubscribe.
Suggestions about drugs that are so much more addictive. Stop the autopsy stuff to help her compose herself. I hope she's right.
Wait, did I already go past it?
To help her compose herself. I hope she's right, because I don't want a mistrial. I want this to go.
Wait, did I pass it already?
Right. That instruction and the overlay of whether or not it was coordinated with the prosecutor. I hope the prosecutor's right. That what she was referring to was stop the evidence, stop the autopsy stuff to help her compose herself. I hope she's right.
Did I?
Because I don't want a mistrial. I want this to go fairly and to go through and to see what happens. Mental illness medicine work against your soul, right? With what you put in your face, right? Why do people eat? You believe in emotional eating, don't you? You believe in emotional binge eating, don't you? Sometimes it's just get away from you, right? Sometimes you just talk yourself into it, right? That you're okay with. But you're not okay with any of these other suggestions about drugs that are so much more addictive than sugar. See what I'm saying? You got to think. I will bite you. What the fuck? Anyway. We are getting close to a mistrial, a legitimate basis in Lindsay Clancy.
So what the?
This judge has got to be careful.
I'm dead.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Why? That instruction and the overlay of whether or not it was coordinated with the prosecutor. I hope the prosecutor's right, that what she was referring to was stop the evidence, stop the autopsy stuff to help her compose herself. I hope she's right, because I don't want a mistrial. I want this to go fairly and to go through and to see what happens. Mental illness medicine work against your soul. That's stupid. Next. Yeah, come on. Science, not soul. Science. Okay. Science. Okay. Let me start taking your questions. I had no idea that this was that many. Okay. Yeah. I do think of course, it matters completely whether or not she was saying shut her up or shut it off. If she's referring to the evidence, we don't have an issue. If she's referring to a request to the judge to have the defendant shut up and he complied with it, we have a big fucking problem. A big problem. Okay. And look, the Patrick conspiracy theories, I'm here for it all day.
Yeah, this is his true crime channel. I like him more on his channel than on News Nation. Well, in the politics stuff.
You give me anything. Backing his wife does not make him complicit. Being gone at the time of the murder is the opposite of complicity. It's called an alibi. Okay? Suing for wrongful death, I think, is the right move. Well, why does he sue instead of her? They're not even married anymore. He left her. Hey, look, I understand that too. I mean, how could you stay with somebody who killed all your kids on purpose? And you could say, well, it wasn't on purpose. She was sick. I know, but still. I mean, I get it. Rusty Yates left also, and they're going to be incarcerated forever, you know? And they're arguably not even who you married, right? Because the illness can completely change somebody's personality.
Mm-hmm.
You're only chemicals. You know, I mean, we deal with this with end-of-life scenarios. Got to tell you, I'm very disappointed in this cigar. It's not staying lit. And it was a top 10 cigar for Cigar Aficionado. It's only $9. Brick House. Very cool. Very old house. J.C. Newman.
Thank you for telling us about your cigar.
So he made his first cigars in this brick house, and his scions made an homage cigar to him called Brick House, in deference, in recognition of where they started. And it's only like $9 a cigar, which is cheap for a cigar these days. And Cigar Aficionado, which is like the Robert B. Parker of cigars, named it one of the top 10.
Jen's coming at Chris. Jen says, well, did your wife leave you during your depression, Chris? We aren't disappointed with the cigar. Nobody asked Chris.
I'm saying lit. That's not a good sign of how it's wrapped. Okay. Look, we all agree, or we should all agree. Culturally, we don't get mental health right. We just don't. You want to punish people for being sick. You do. It's not like if I say I have kidney disease, okay? That's it. I got kidney disease. You don't call me a sickie, right? Right? You don't judge my character because I have kidney disease. You may feel sympathetic. You want to help me. You understand my limitations. You may understand why I don't drink, why I don't do this. I say I have depression. You just think I'm crazy. And now I'm not as trustworthy. You see what I'm saying?
He's not wrong.
You say that you say you're bipolar and dealing with it. That's why I have so much respect for that actor, that gorgeous guy who's the new Jack Reacher. The guy who's like he sings, sings classical music and sings beautifully. And he's this like huge guy. He's gorgeous. You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, he came out as being bipolar. Good for him. Good for him. Talking about how he manages it and the struggles. I love it. Love it.
Me too.
Now, Jane, thank you. Or Janet, thank you for your honesty. She's saying, I'm bipolar. I'm schizophrenic. I've never hurt anybody. That's because that is what the averages tell us. People who have mental illness are overwhelmingly more likely to be victims of violent crime than assailants.
Yeah.
No question. But just because, like, look, with mass shootings, there's a disproportionate number of mass shootings in America that are perpetrated by people who have diagnosed or undiagnosed, treated or untreated mental illness. Okay. Why? Because of those other factors, not just because they have mental illness, but it's because they didn't treat it. And they wound up, the same way. If you didn't treat a physical malady, it would eventually break you down, right? And this is the same thing, but we don't judge it the same way. There's a ton of proof she was begging for help. Ton. No way. No way you're going to say she made up postpartum after this. It's just not true. And if anybody were going to say that, it would be her husband, because this dude's got to be rationalizing the worst thing in his life for the rest of his life. Can you imagine losing all of your children in one moment like this as little babies? How?
No, Chris, but can you imagine moving on in a few weeks, few months after losing all your babies and your wife like this? Chris Cuomo, we have questions for you.
How hard it would be to survive, how hard it would be to move forward, how you would ever stop blaming yourself, especially if you knew your wife was somewhat unstable. Think about how haunted you would be.
He's not.
Have some fucking compassion for this guy, okay?
No compassion. No, Chris. Make me. Not doing it. I have a little bit of compassion for Patrick. Like this much.
People always have to throw in politics. Yeah, look, that's what I'm known for. And look, I'm here for it, but I just want to show respect to the subject and the people who are here for that,
We're not here for politics. Sorry, Chris.
Hi, Chris. It's me, Pete. I don't know who Pete is. You got to help me a little bit more with that. Fauci is a real scapegoat. Yeah. All right. Enough with the Fauci. I trust Claude more than ChatGPT. I got to tell you, it's not the topic for today, but comes to our politics, the algorithms are feeding us our worst version of Jersey. Woman, tip of the spear, pioneer, smothering her two elderly parents that she took care of. Ending into madness because the treatment is the illness is untreated. She winds up having a psychotic break, smothering her two elderly parents that she took care of. This is a beautiful person. Everybody says she was a beautiful person. And sleeping, putting their bodies into a semicircle and sleeping in the middle of it for days. Comes out of the psychotic episode, calls 911 on herself.
Barbie, you're killing me here. Barbie says, and would you marry your wife's twin? Where was his? All he did was run marathons and move on and have a kid with her lookalike. That's right, Barbie. It's hilarious.
The prosecutor's like, what am I doing here? And he cut a deal with the defense counsel to just put her in the mental hospital. And then she was there. She got treated. She wound up stabilizing, but she can't get out. So she winds up revamping like a lot of the programs and things that are happening in the mental hospital where she can't get out of it. You see, we just don't get it right. We talk about rehabilitation on the criminal side, right? In prison, like that's supposed to be the goal, right? Is to make this person not want to do what they did that got them in there in the first place. But we don't apply that to the mental health system, even though it's more likely to cure someone's mental illness than their character, right? What's easier to do? To get your chemicals regulated or to change who you are fundamentally as a person because of nature and nurture and what has worked for you and your socioeconomics and 100 other fucking things. Okay? Okay. What is all this Jesus stuff?
Is he done talking about Lindsay?
Somebody was accusing me the other day of being anti-religion. No. That we're seeing in the Lindsay Clancy. Bias. I was misdiagnosed as bipolar in my 20s, so I completely understand the viewpoint, but you're right. Psychosis is very scary. Yeah. And it's got to be scary to be misdiagnosed because obviously something was going on, right? I suffered from it. And my mother told me I did and said things that I don't even remember doing it. It's not unusual. You're an idiot. First of all, what mother kills their...
Oh, who's he going off on? This sounds like me in a Kenzie live.
politics. They're promoting the worst, most divisive things they can. And then about information about this, they're just going to censor the information because now they're trying to protect me. Now you're trying to protect me. You're not trying to protect me in your politics. See, they're just doing whatever works best for their business model. You know? She should stop fake crying. You're an idiot. First of all, what mother kills their children? Okay? Do you know how rare a subset of humanity we're dealing with here? And I guarantee that's a guy. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Who's the gymnast? She should stop fake crying. Are you a man or a woman? And why are you saying that? Let me know. A bad trip is like schizophrenia. Well, it's a psychotic break. A phantasmagoric, a psychotropic drug that gives you a psychotic break. That's exactly right. Now,
I told you guys about my incident earlier, and like literally it was scary. I became a whole different person. I don't remember. I ended up in the hospital. I tried to unalive myself. Yeah, and I woke up in the hospital the next day, like I was like, what happened? Because of a med. So it's very real. Except you know what you're talking about, Melly. Oh, thank you, Athene.
now imagine if you weren't on a psychotic drug. Maybe it's just your own brain chemistry, making you 100% sure you're hearing voices that are the voice of God or your inner truth or your whatever, the universe telling you, kill yourself, kill yourself, kill yourself. Everybody wants you to kill yourself. They all hate you. All day long you hear it. We all know that there's a voice inside of ourselves, right? A lot of us call it our conscience, right?
Mm-hmm.
You think to yourself. Some people even talk to themselves sometimes out loud, right? This is the same thing. It's an exaggeration of that. But the idea that the husband did it and that's getting traction on social media, shame. Shame on you. Shame on you. Now, can you argue that in some sense there is, I don't know, what's the right word? Blame, responsibility. What is it? It's certainly nowhere near the criminal level, but on a moral level, an ethical level, a common sense level, if you're that sure that your wife is that sick, should you have done more to not have her alone with the kids?
Thank
That
you.
is a fair space.
That's what I said earlier. Why would he leave her alone knowing all of this? By he, I mean Patrick.
And then you'd have to look at, well, what did he do? What could he afford? What accommodations had been made? How long had this been going on? How exhausted was he by it? But that's a conversation. Yeah. Now,
He's just smoking out that cigar.
culpability in her care. I don't know. He seemed to have been supporting her going to the doctor, supporting all these different things. He's not a clinician. What are you supposed to do? There's very little you can do to manage somebody else's illness. Mental health is no different than physical health. Like, what are you going to do about somebody's diabetes? Tell them not to eat ice cream. You know what I mean? Like, there's only so much you can do. It certainly doesn't get him into the realm of legal responsibility. If she cries, it's fake. If she wasn't crying, people would say oh, that's true. You're right. Whoever you are. Oh, hold on. Hi, I'm doing a live. Is everything okay?
I love it.
Oh, no. All right. I'm going to finish this and I'll.
It's his wife.
Incredible blessing in my life. Now, know how much they're loved and are reminded by it all the time. What are you supposed to do? Take them to the hospital?
His father-in-law.
That's what we do. Give them lots of drugs. That's a really nice thing to say, you piece of shit. Anyway, sum up. One, we're getting closer to legitimate grounds for a mistrial with Lindsay Clancy. Why? One, you're doctoring, you're coaching the witnesses, and the judge is letting you do it because you didn't prep them, but that's on you because you had the calendar and you had the schedule and you were in control and you didn't prep your witnesses the right way, and now you're trying to do it during the trial, and that's prejudicial. One. Two, the instruction from the judge that Lindsay Clancy shouldn't emote and telling the jury you shouldn't focus on how she is, as almost if she's being disingenuous. I don't know that he was within the legal right, and I don't think that even if he were, that the call was right. Okay? Two. Now, three, the potential that it was coordinated with the prosecutor. Is it a fair question? Yes, it's a fair question. Is there a chance that it was not coordinated? Yes. Why? Because there is a chance that the prosecutor picked up on what was going on and said, stop showing the evidence. That is possible, if not probable. Is it possible, if not probable, that it does say, someone did say, shut her up or whatever, shut her off or whatever it was, but something about make this stop, judge, and he then did it. Now you're starting to get close to a mistrial. You start putting these things together. And we haven't even gotten through the trial, most of the trial yet. This is still just the prosecution side. And then what too many of us care about right now with no basis. You want to say the husband should have done more? Fine. You want to should have not left her with the kids? Fine. But the investigators didn't see that rising to any kind of level of culpability. Zero. Okay? And they looked for a long time. And let me tell you, if I'm a cop, if I'm a detective, if I'm a prosecutor, I'd rather bring a case against a father than a mother for infanticide. Okay? Well, he wasn't there at the time. That makes the case that he's not complicit. An alibi exempts you, exonerates you.
Hi, Lindsay Bay.
Okay, so you don't even know what you're talking about. Boy, it's suspicious he wasn't there when it happened.
Hey, Justice Stream.
And, by the way, if you mastermind a crime and you leave and then somebody else does it, guess what? The person who does it, still responsible. Okay? Could you be as an accessory? Maybe. But you'd have to show proof of the planning. There's none of that here. You only know what they can show. You only know what they can show. Not what you can surmise, not what hypothetically sounds interesting, not what is emotionally satisfying. Wendy, or whatever your name is. Wendy Williams enters the chat. I don't know who this is, but she may have. You're beyond what we know in the facts, that she portrayed herself as okay. She was not portraying herself as okay.
No, she wasn't.
She may have convinced, or she may have felt, and Patrick may have believed that, and obviously did, I would say, that she was struggling, but loved her kids and was trying. And that's true for a lot of moms who aren't mentally ill, and certainly for those who are. I'm Wendy Williams from Goldsboro, North Carolina. Oh, no, okay. You're not the famous Wendy Williams. I got you. Good for you, because she's really struggling. She was vocal about not being okay. She was trying to get help. Look, I'll end on a sexist thought.
Oh, a sexist thought.
I just don't think you're going to find moms hurting their children and they're in their right mind. Once in a while, sure. There are evil among us, even moms. Very, 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 very rare. Okay? Well, that's not true. There are moms who do drugs right in front of their kids. Addiction wins. Take it from someone who knows. Addiction wins. I will find you the straightest man in the world. Loves women, but not as much as he loves that rock. And he will get onto his knees and do anything that someone will pay him for or give him drugs for. I have seen it. I have worked with it. I have dealt with it. It is a thing. Addiction wins. Okay? That mother will do anything for her kid. The addiction will win if it's severe enough. It's severe enough. It's overwhelming. You have no idea. Imagine, especially with the heavy drugs like heroin. So you stop taking it. You get what they call dope sick. Your entire body, you have flu symptoms that are as real as any flu symptoms you've ever had in your life. Fever, body aches, nausea, you're shaking, sweating this crazy, sticky, sweet sweat. And your brain is saying, just take a hit and this will go away. And it's true. If you take the hit, it does go away. That's how powerful it is. That's how powerful it is. Voices in your head are a real thing. Real thing. This is clinical. This isn't, voodoo, witchcraft, magic. This is real. Okay? Look, if you want to write to her, fine. But addiction, look, to me, addiction most of the time is an extension of mental illness. You're self-medicating. And just because mental illness means that, you start sticking fingers in your eyes, we got to mature here, Am I mentally ill? You can say whatever you want, right? I have a diagnosis. I take medication. I feel like I'm able to maintain all my responsibilities. I'm in touch with how I feel. The way I feel is usually concordant with whatever's going on. So, you can see whatever you want. What happens if I don't take the medication? If I just stop, I get edgy. Have I ever wanted to, have dark ideas or anything? I don't think because of medication. I've never had any clinician say that to me. I've never had any blood work or anything else that was suggestive of anything, any kind of, but who knows? So you can feel any way you want about it. All right. That's why you got fired. Yeah, I got fired because of the meds. No, I got fired because of people like you, who wanted vengeance against my brother and wanted to believe that I was part of something that I wasn't. And the weird thing is, the Attorney General of New York looked into it, deposed me for hours and hours with a phalanx of lawyers, wrote a report. I'm not even mentioned in it as having done anything that she is pissed off about that she says my brother did. It's right in the report. So then why was it a good firing? You tell me. Well, because you were on TV at the time. I never covered my brother's case. Yeah, but you worked media to help him. No, I didn't. Never, not once. Never, not once. Maybe I should have, but I didn't. That's the truth. But the truth doesn't matter. That's the beauty of true crime. That's the beauty of the trial. In the court of a public opinion, look, you're going to believe what you want. All right? Somebody makes an allegation against me, a certain percentage of you are going to believe it. Doesn't matter if there's any corroborated truth. Doesn't matter if it's true or it isn't. That's the court of public opinion. That's the beauty of due process. At this trial, you don't get to just feel your way through what happens with Lindsay Clancy. You got to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, the problem is, when it comes to mental health, people aren't as clued into what is reasonable doubt because they are bias and ignorance. Taking weed is different than being on medications for a mental illness or for a condition. It doesn't have to be illness. It can be a condition, all right? Depression can be an illness. It can manifest itself episodically. It can be a lot of different things. But no, weed is not a standalone. Take this, you won't be depressed anymore. I don't believe that. I don't accept that. Why address bullshit? I don't know why. Maybe it's part of my illness, my condition. Look, I believe that I'm here to engage. I'll be honest. And I'm a fighter. And even though I'm 56 tomorrow, I've definitely mellowed. I've definitely changed. I've definitely been changed by life, by parenting, by partnering, by professional stuff, by personal stuff. I've changed. I'm different. I'm different with my third kid than I was with my first kid. Life is change. It's the only constant is change. What you do with it, how it affects you, how you affect it. That's the struggle, right? Will they retry if it's hung? I would say no. The easy answer is yes. Why? Because you don't want to own as a prosecutor a decision to let someone off who killed 3 babies. Because I'm going to run against you and I'm going to say exactly that. You want to vote for her, him, it, they, whatever they call themselves? That's the one who let the person walk, who killed their own babies. No thanks. It's pretty powerful, right? Politically, pretty powerful. But is that fair? You tell me. Is it fair? You tell me. Personally, I say no. But maybe I'm soft. Maybe I'm too empathetic. Maybe, I don't get it. I don't know. A lot of this is very subjective. There is nothing to look into. Okay. Oh my God, look at this. At this point, prove his innocence. Do you know nothing about due process and our legal system? A defendant need prove nothing. Okay? The adversarial system works in their favor in this regard. The burden is on the prosecution always. In all ways. Now, you take the stand in your own defense, it shifts It shifts optically, not legally, not legalistically, but it shifts. Why? Because now they're going to measure you in a very big way that may wind up clouding the burden of the prosecution. They may dislike you so much. They may find you to be so full of shit that it overwhelms anything else. That is why putting a defendant on the stand is so dicey, let alone one who's mentally unstable, right? Okay, I got to go.
Interesting. That was a very interesting Chris Cuomo segment. Listen. I'm not going to go off like Chris, but I've told y'all we don't have to agree with him. I don't agree with a lot of things he said here, but I still like him. And I still am on the same page with Chris about Mackenzie Shirla. I don't know, but he says if it's hung, he doesn't think they will retry. That was wild. I love it. I love that side of Chris. I really do. And I know nothing about the politics side, so he's never boring. He's right, though, about some things. Has he recently talked about MS? No. I hope he does. I would love to have him on. A dream. I like him too, even when he bro down. Yeah, I mean, he's up there on vacation, smoking a cigar, telling us about his mental health issues, but it's something I would do. So, Mackenzie Shirla. Yeah, our girl, Kenzie. Oh, no. Melly said our girl. Cancel Melly. Unsubscribe. Okay, now I better stop. Just kidding. But yeah, anyways, moving on. Let's see. We did day 7 today, an hour of day 8, and Chris Cuomo. We'll finish day 8 tomorrow. Oh, her. Yes. We will never cancel him. No. I think we're doing a Kenzie live tomorrow. And then I'm starting earlier tomorrow, though. I've been really busy with taking my mom to her doctor's appointments and being a good daughter. So, yes, thank you. But anyways, I was supposed to stream like at 1 p.m. my time today. I missed my girl, Corey. Corey Richens? Yuck. I'm sending her money. Send me your money. Anyways, we'll cover more. I'm definitely having more than one live tomorrow. So be there or be square. I'm itching for a Kenzie live. Oh, we're doing members only too. I owe you guys like 3 of them. So just get ready for shit to pop off. I don't know. Maybe I'll be drinking. Maybe we'll be having some fun, talking true crime. I don't know. It'll be a good time. Shit business. It's thundering. Oh boy. Thanks for being here, Janice. Oh, that evil girl. Shit business. Yeah. Like I said, I'm working on 2 guests too. Yeah. You will be shooketh. Yeah, it was only $9. That cigar's gonna last him a week. He's funny. Kinsey, the Ohio. Yes, your girlfriend, Mackenzie Shirla. What are we? Yeah, we got a lot to cover. I've been reviewing a lot of older stuff and whatnot. So shook with me. Yes, Joe. Thank you, Debbie. I've been deep diving all over by myself, but I'm going to start doing it with you guys on live. And we're doing Kenzie transcripts. I'm trying to get the rest of the David ones. They're quite expensive. Joe, do you know anything about that? Thank you, Debbie. Yeah, I'm trying to get the rest of, yes, deep dives. Yes, we're diving deep into Mackenzie Shirley. I've already done it, but with my change of opinion and her needing a new trial and stuff, I've been like reviewing Kinsey, the Ohio cartel leader. Shut the fuck up. Oh my gosh. Someone asked, are you a representative of the Shrillas now? No, I'm not. Well, for her trial, at least, maybe. I think it was 25 cents per page. It's expensive. It's expensive. And I just think, like, how many people are trying to get them and want them, and the court just makes all that money? You know what I'm saying? Millie just loves Ohio. Yeah, I'm moving there. I was saying I'm gonna come move there and bug you. I just think like the courts are making money off of that, and I would rather pay another creator. So if anyone knows who has them, let me know. I did a live reading of them and I said that, yeah, see, like, why should I pay? It would be like $500 the court gets every time. 600. I would rather like help pay to another creator or another source. That's ridiculous. They just be making off money off printing or PDFing transcripts. Nah. Yeah, a lot of people don't want to share though. But I might start Kenzie transcripts tomorrow. I'll see. I'm gonna work right now and get everything ready. If anyone gets them, it would be. I don't think our girl Paula has them. Zav wasn't willing to share. I think I only got 1 day from her. Yeah, I know. Interesting. Okay. Tap the like button on your way out. We'll continue Lindsay Clancy tomorrow. I swear I'll try to get caught up this weekend. I don't have any more plans with my family this weekend because they're doing their thing. Or this week. So hopefully we'll get caught up on everything. I have like 12 lives ready to go. Lintonero, you're funny. Okay, tap the like button. Thank you for being here. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Have a good night.